Good morning, welcome to Edgbaston for the final day of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. See, knots of fielders come out with Warwickshire resuming on 175 for 5. I'm Clive with Mel. Talk away a bit, Mel. I'm just going to try and sort something out.
Okay, yes, very good morning to you. The sun has been shining here at Edgbaston, although it's not playing fair at the moment. It's just gone behind gathering clouds, but the weather forecast is certainly for this first part of the day seems to be okay, which is good news. Just how far we can get this game going, though, with only one day remaining, just have to see. Warwickshire, they're on 175 for 5. They need to get to 251 to avoid the follow-on after Nottinghamshire scored 400 in their first innings, largely to absolutely brilliant double century from Ben Ducket. So there's still a fair bit to do for Warwickshire. They didn't get a lot of play in yesterday, enough for the Notts bowlers to winkle out a couple of wickets in Dan Mosley and Ed Barnard. So it's now up to Jacob Bethell, he's on 38, and Danny Briggs, who came in as a bit of a night watcher role, he's on 5. It's going to be Pennington to start the ball rolling. Bowling from the pavilion end. Been absolutely outstanding, Pennington. 3 for 40 so far. He's in and around the wicket. First ball, Bethell just fences that one down to the deep third boundary. It was quite controlled. There are a couple of slips in for him, but he comfortably managed to manoeuvre it wide of second slip. So that's a boundary to start off with. Nice start for Bethell, who has looked really good. Spoke to us last night. I have to say, I knew that he was born in Barbados and spent his childhood there, but I wasn't expecting the Bayesian accent to get stronger and stronger as he talked about it. On strike again as Pennington's in. He defends this one, no run. So I wasn't expecting, and when we got him talking about Gary Sobers and Barbados, Clive, he sounded more Bayesian, and he acknowledged that it does get, when he talks about it, it comes back straight away.
Bad mentor to have those, I can't feel Sobers.
Yeah, he likes playing golf with him, picks his brain over a round of golf. Pennington in around the wicket, defended again. Pennington just reaching over and plucking that one up off the ground. I was interested to hear too, 18 months ago, he spent the summer in Australia playing grade cricket. He was living in Concord, which is where my aunt used to live. He used to play a lot at Drummoyne Oval, one of the most beautiful ovals, you'd have to say, in Sydney, right on the river, boats bobbing in the bay. Here now, Bethell plays that one, attempts to defend it. I think he played inside the line, just went straight through. Really would love to have a speed gun at this game, purely to see how quickly Pennington's bowling, because he's looked so sharp. Gets good bounce, good carry. He's a tall man, so that aids him a bit, and he gets some movement as well. He's in around the wicket again, and that's played confidently up on the toes into the covers. Still no run.
Just got to do an update very shortly on BBC CWR.
Well, you do them so well. Don't forget your sign off.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I probably would have done if you don't remind me.
I've been on sign off watch.
So that's coming up in a few seconds. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are now moving on to 183 for 5 on the final day of this county championship match. Sun shining, we're hopeful for a full day's play. Warwickshire's first task is to get to 251. That would mean they wouldn't have to follow on, and would almost certainly mean the match would end in a draw. They have got a bit of work to do to get there, but so far a couple of boundaries this morning with Jacob Bethell onto 46, Danny Briggs onto 5, Warwickshire 183 for 5. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Right.
Look,
leave it to you again, because I still have to sort out a few, honestly.
You sort some things out. I'm just still admiring the sign-off. It was an excellent report, but the sign-off was the cherry on the cake. Right then, Dane Patterson it is. From the city end, he's been a great foil for Pennington.
Oh, we're all right now. Might have been a slight delay if you get hearing us on the stream, about a minute or two, but we are coming out now. So Patterson comes in to bowl, and he's bowling to Danny Briggs. He's stretching for that one a little bit, plays it to the offside, there's no run. So playing at Chester Street, it's a lot to do to win that game. They're in a decent position, but running out of time. 3:15 for 3, 43 behind Durham. Big one is at the Oval, where Surrey need 5 more wickets to beat Hampshire. Might need some runs as well, but at the moment Hampshire still 5 down, 91 runs behind Surrey's first innings total. Worcester should be looking to try and bowl Somerset out at Kidderminster today. Somerset 7 for 135 behind. And Gloucestershire trying to break the Middlesex resistance that went on for some time yesterday. Middlesex 270 for 3. They do leave by 151. Patterson comes in to bowl. And he's whipped that through the offside. Briggs, a despairing dive from the fielder, has failed to stop the ball, and it crosses the ropes for the third boundary of the morning. Warwickshire progressing nicely. They are playing everywhere, so at Leicester looks, well, unless Leicester should get into a heap of trouble, it's likely to be a draw. They're 99 for 2, replying to Northampton's 453 for 7. And likewise at Headingley, Derbyshire 193 for 3. So Yorkshire needs 17 wickets there. Have you made 450 for 5? Here, it's all about whether not. I don't suppose anything can be. I suppose not sort of time really if they're sort of 130 ahead to actually set anything up. I wouldn't have thought. We do need to bowl them out for less than 250 and get them in again. As Patterson bowls to Briggs and it's pushed out to the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, unfortunately the weather that we've had has really curtailed chances of getting an outright result in this match. And it's a shame because this has been a really high quality game. I thought we've seen some terrific cricket played in this match.
We've lost something like a day, haven't we? Whereas we've had a full 4 days, even 3.5 days. I think we've had a decent chance of a result one way or the other. As Briggs plays that back to Patterson, there's no run. Batters have never looked completely solid apart from one. Ben Ducket batted brilliantly.
Well, a few times they've talked about the fact that when the clouds have come over, when the lights have come on, it has made the cliched difference. It's really lived up to that.
Wind blowing strongly. You can see the Warwickshire flag blowing keenly as Briggs leaves that, and it's back close to the stumps. Nice to see the away flags there as well. The Notts flag is there. It seems fewer and fewer counties bring their flags to away games, but nice to see Notts have done that.
You mentioned that before, and I noticed that we hadn't had away flags. So yes, I was also quite happy to see the flag being flown there, the away flag. But it is very, very windy here today. Really noticed that coming in. Anyone who's been listening to our commentary for the past few days will be happy to hear, though, that I'm not as cold as I have been.
Patterson into Danny Briggs. Plays that back to the bowler. And there is no run. 187 for 5. So Warwickshire need these 64 runs. Once they get those, that would actually take them to 1 batting point anyway. It'll be a case of them trying to get more batting points. We still have 59 overs in terms of bonus points available. So even if the match would be something of a dead rubber, there will still be that to play for.
Bethell back on strike. Pennington continuing his spell. Starts his run up. Orange soles bright against the green. He's in around the wicket. Just tucked around the corner. A little bit of vacant territory at square leg. So Bethell gets another single that takes him to 47. It was very interesting. I hadn't really sort of spoken to him before, but we were talking yesterday about there was just something about him in his setup and his stance, a few different things that was a little bit reminiscent of Ben Stokes. And when he was asked about that, he actually said that the batter that he's probably modelled himself on and watched a lot is Joe Root. I mean, that's not a bad model either.
No.
Briggs now on strike, full ball, dug out, and is it going to go? No, it's not. Asib Hamid is chasing that one out towards deep cover, but they will get a couple. Nicely played, but maybe not quite timed as much, but well dug out.
Feels like a big season for Jacob Bethell. He sort of burst onto the scene at a young age, and then for a while found it a bit difficult to break through. He's been involved in the 100, though, last year. I don't think he got much time actually out in the middle for with the 100. And of course, he did have his back problems last season.
In comes Pennington over the wicket to Briggs. Just carves that one straight to cover point, no run.
So he can bowl again this year, which he couldn't last year. Just getting opportunities here. This feels like it could be quite an important season for him. Don't want to put too much pressure on him.
He's taken his maiden first-class wicket this year as well.
Yeah.
It's David Bedingham of Durham, so able to bowl and take wickets. Here's Pennington. Speaking of taking wickets, that ball though is comfortably left outside the off stump again. Good bounce and carry from Pennington.
Yes, apologies if you already said this while I was frantically making phone calls, but he bowled very nicely, particularly in the final session yesterday, Pennington, didn't he? He really did generate some zip and pace.
Yeah, he has really been impressive. This is the first match where I've seen him live. I was saying, you know, I could understand why Worcestershire were pained to lose him. Running in now to Briggs, who just plays that one out to mid-on, no run. You can really see why he was considered such a big loss. I understood why with Tongue in the bowling department, of course, because of the higher honours he's got to, and having watched him a lot. But this first look at Pennington, he's really sharp. There's a huge amount to like about him. It'll be interesting to watch his career, how it progresses at Notts. He's in now, and he tried to turn that one to the leg side, Briggs, and it's just squirted off the outside edge of the bat, rolled into the covers, no run. And that's the end of the over from Pennington. 190 for 4. Bethell 46 now. Briggs on 11.
So far so good then for Warwickshire, no real alarms. Stiff breeze is making it harder for Notts bowlers. 61 more required to probably make the game safe here for Warwickshire. Bethell will face Patterson. 2 of the 5 wickets to fall. The wicket's been shared with Patterson and Pennington. Comes into bowl, and that's inside edge. To fine leg for a single. So we've got the P's bowling to the B's at the moment.
Oh.
Patterson and Bennington to Bethell and Briggs.
That's a good observation. That's the sort of thing I like. Patterson singing the praises of Pennington, but Patterson has also been very, very good. There just hasn't really been a weak link, he felt, in this Notts bowling attack. Brought in an extra slip for Briggs. 3 slips in.
Bethell's inside edge with that last delivery. But the slip's disappearing again. Going in at a shortish mid-wicket position, 2 pitches away. Oh, just taking a little step back.
It was very short.
In comes Patterson. Briggs drops a bat on that, plays it out to point, and after some thought, they decide there is a run there. And Briggs is through for his 12th run, 192 for 5.
Yeah, it's windy. I tell you, it's not as windy as it was that first round match that we had here, where
Against Worcestershire, yeah.
Against Worcestershire, that was about. It was absolutely crazy, that wind. I think it's very difficult, but it is quite strong today. You can see the billowing of the sight screen, which is essentially a large sheet swathed across the street. Seats even.
Bethell tries to turn that round onto the leg side. Pushed down by his feet on the offside. No run. 192 for 5. Warwickshire traditionally, in recent years, have often depended on the lower middle order. They haven't actually had much opportunity. The lower and middle order this year, because the top 3 before this game have been accumulating ridiculous numbers of runs. For once, Yates, Davis and Rhodes all failed. I mean, Yates got to double figures, he went for 16. So that's given these batters a bit of an opportunity. It's Bethell, 4 defensive at that. Some on the pads. There's no run. So he did have 1 half-century against Worcestershire. He had another opportunity, getting his 69 down Moseley. Was eventually out for 30, but he hung around for a while.
It's one of those things, isn't it? It's funny because you want your top order to make
Yes,
runs. You want them to. That is their job as top order batters. Then you have the catch-22 of not giving your middle and lower order a lot of time in the middle.
2 slips as Patterson comes into bowl, and that's a Yorker length delivery, which is dug out by Bethell. He's also got number 2 bowling to number 2 here. 192 for 5.
You're all about the symmetry,
Well,
aren't you?
I always, well, numbers always, I quite like it when the numbers are against each other. I don't know why.
No, I can appreciate that. It's all symmetry. We had the 71 and 17 walking
Yes,
up
that's,
bat.
yeah.
Like that one.
So next one is solidly defended by Bethell. There's no run. Clouds in the sky. Those are the ones where if you have the old-fashioned scoreboard, you'd have the scores. Oh, have we got any more 7s?
Well, I like that. That's Yates and Davies, isn't it?
Yeah,
so I like
yeah.
that because they walk out. Yates is 17 and Davies is 71. So every time, the start of each innings, you're going to have that nice little bit of symmetry, the mirror image there. Dylan Pennington continues from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Briggs, coming in over the wicket, bowls. Full ball, driven nicely, but only as far as the captain, Naseem Hamid, pulling a mid-off. It was bright. They're the sort of clouds that have got, they're grey and very dark underneath and then white on top. So they're not white fluffy clouds, but they're not the dark grim foreboding clouds either. I don't think they're the technical names, the actual technical names for clouds.
I'm not good on clouds either, I'm afraid.
Here's Pennington, he goes too far leg side and that's whipped away. And another 4 runs coming to the Warwickshire total. Just lost his line a little bit there did Pennington. And Briggs takes full advantage. Takes them to 196 for 5. So that'll undoubtedly be a little bit of a psychological lift when you see 200 on the board at least.
Yeah, it used to be a point, of course. It used to be 2 points if you got far enough. These days you have to get to 250 before you get to the bonus point.
So Briggs taps his bat, lifts it, waits. It's Pennington's in, bowls. This one's just clunked out to the left leg side. Really get that cleanly, but no damage done. A good riposte from Pennington after being slapped square for 4.
It's only Briggs's 3rd innings of the season. He's got 12 against Worcester and a 24 against Hampshire.
Pennington in once more, bowls bouncer and just ducks straight under it, Briggs.
I mentioned yesterday I started to keep track of it last season, so I don't know whether it's unusual. It seemed to me a lot. The number of batters out for 99 last season. Danny Briggs was one of them. I found that. Yeah, so there were, particularly in the first division actually, there were 6 in the first division out for 99. Danny Briggs at Lords of all places, out for 99 against Middlesex.
That would have been disappointing. He's on strike now as Pennington bowls. Back of a length this time and played into the covers, no run.
To my knowledge so far, only one batter this season so far has gone for 99. That was George Bell.
It's funny, isn't it? It shouldn't really be a big deal. It's so ridiculous.
It is.
One
It's
run.
extraordinary. Yeah, I know people have written theses on it and all sorts, but it's either Ian Bell or John Stroud. I think it was Ian Bell I interviewed once.
Here comes Pennington in bowls. Briggs just defends that one back to the bowler.
And he was out for 99, and I thought, well, he's got plenty of sense. He's surely not that taken by it. So I asked him after particularly upset to be out for 19. Oh, no, I was delighted. All right. So it does matter. For whatever reason, it does matter.
Dear. It's the end of the over. It is 196 for 5. Bethell now on 47. Briggs on 16. Briggs, of course, is no slouch. He's got... Oh, well, only got the one first-class 120 not out. It's his highest first-class score.
Yeah, he has made useful runs in the lower order for Warwickshire in the past. It's a solid defence by Bethell, and that's what I'm saying. The past seasons, quite often, Warwickshire have relied on runs well down the order. George Bell, I was just checking, he was actually not only to get out for 99 this year, he was actually run out for 99. That was against Hampshire at Southampton.
I don't think it was I mean, I don't want to say funny, but when Elisa Healy was out for 99 in the test that Australia played against South Africa.
Right arm over Patterson, and that's a bit of an inside edge, but it's gone down to fine, and that will bring up Jacob Bethell's second first-class half-century. And he moves on to 51. He raises his bat, 98 balls for his 50 and 9 fours for Jacob Bethell. A fine innings from him.
Halfway there. 200 for 5 as well.
Bethell's next target is it's not far away from his career best total now, which I did look up a moment ago. I think it's 61 is his best. Yeah, 61 is his highest score. Patterson bowls to him. He pushes out to the onside for no run.
Yes, talking about the 99, when Elisa Healy got out in that test match, and of course Mitchell Stark has also been out for 99. So amazing that in test match cricket, it's only something like 12 99s
right?
an out. It's not a lot. 2 of them are married.
Well,
there's a bit of symmetry for you, a bit of numeric symmetry.
He probably did it on purpose, just to...
I don't think Elisa Healy ever gets out on purpose, I can tell you that.
Leg slip in place now for Jacob Bethell, who leaves that one outside off stump. Keeper takes it, no run. Chance for Notts, but they really are going to have to go bang, bang, bang now. Warwickshire don't have the worst lowest order, so to bowl them out for less than 251 here would take some doing. Still to come, Michael Burgess, who scores plenty of runs. Ahmed Jamal got a half-century during the Test series against Australia. Hassan Ali and Helen Dolby, you could certainly hang around. Patterson comes into bowl, and Bethell plays that to mid-on, and there's no run.
So, still some work to do, but a bit of light at the end of the tunnel after, certainly when they lost the first 3 wickets early on. Wickets have tended to fall in clumps in this match as well. Certainly that was the case for Nottinghamshire early on.
26 for 3 they were, as Patterson comes into bowl. That's left by Bethell. No run, end of the over, 65 overs bowled, 200 for 5 for Warwickshire. So they are exactly 200 behind.
Yes, the halfway mark, and half their wickets gone. Let's see if they can get themselves to that 250.
Significant developments at the Oval where Surrey have got their 6th wicket now. They need 4 more to complete victory against Hampshire. Daniel Worrell's been getting quite a lot of wickets this season. Has got the latest. So Hampshire 120 for 6 at trail by 88. But
Dylan Pennington it is. To continue, he's over the wicket. First ball, Briggs just plays along the ground down to mid-on, no run.
It's nice to see Essex winning their game against Durham, and indeed in terms of bonus points, Essex are going to have to go some to even get to, they should get, they're 335 for 3, but they've only got 6.5 overs to go, so they should get to 3 batting points. They'll have to go some to get to 4.
Pennington turns, starts his run up in over the wicket again, and this time Briggs just thumps that one into the ground, dribbles out to the offside.
Should finally made a breakthrough, probably too late, you'd think, against Middlesex, because Middlesex are 299 for 4. They're already 180 ahead. Ryan Higgins is still there on 123, but Max Holden's gone for 111.
Dylan Pennington, his shirt and his trousers are flapping madly in the wind, and he just started off on his run up there and came back, so he's just done 2 full circles, but he's off again now. Here he is. That one just played into the onside. They run a quick single. The fielder comes in and does the fielding at mid-wicket, and that takes it to 201 for 5, so they passed the halfway mark. Brings Bethell on to strike. 3 balls remaining. Pennington just adjusting his little marker there. He's just moved it to the other side as he changes for the left-hand, right-hand combination. The left-handed Bethell on strike now. He's round the wicket. Just works that down to mid-on, but no run. A few more spectators here today. They've got to say, here have I been wittering on about being cold. I have so much respect for the spectators who have really weathered the freezing cold conditions that have ruled here at Edgbaston. There's loyalty and there's loyalty. Here is Pennington, a full ball, a slower ball, and that is driven beautifully. All the way to the boundary for another 4. He had a little bit more time to play that one, did Bethell. He's just driven that one straight through extra cover for 4 runs.
There was a nice moment yesterday when we were hanging around, and credit again to the ground staff and the umpires and players, that when we first arrived we thought the chances of play didn't look great, but then at 4 o'clock we finally got some play. I just looked across, just opposite us, I saw 2 people taking their seats almost with a sense of triumph that they were finally going to see some cricket, and they were sitting themselves down, making themselves comfortable. Here goes.
So Bethell on strike again. Over the wicket now is Pennington, and that's just defended into the offside. No run.
So I'll do one more over, and then we'll hear from Dave Bracegirdle for the first time today. Notts County commentator.
He's very sensitive. You know, when I came down, because I wasn't sure who was going on first, and you had said to me, I've got, you know, we'll let Dave do his update, so you come on first. I came down and he said, I've been dropped. Service is not required. I said, it's strategic rotation.
Well, I have to be ruthless, you know.
He's very sensitive. Bless him. Dave, we've got to pump up his tyres. If you're out there listening and or watching, make sure you send a tweet in. Give a bit of love to Dave Bracegirdle. We love him.
Well, we're going to see Patterson bowl, and he'll be bowling to Danny Briggs. And he comes into bowl to Briggs. That's a good lead. Well, from here, I mean, there's no reaction from the Notts fielders. It looked pretty close from here.
It did look quite close. It looked certainly in the right line, and it didn't look like it was that far above the bails. But, hey, good leave.
Dane Patterson walks back to his mark. Calvin Harrison doing a bit of limbering up.
Just seeing who that was warming up.
Patterson comes into bowl. Briggs steers it into the offside. Doesn't quite get it through the inner field in the end. They have to get through the single fairly quickly. And it was Jack Haynes who landed on the ball and got the throw in. A single, 206 for 5. And 2 slips and a leg slip. Lots of shouting from the Notts fielders, trying to keep them going. They know that in terms of winning the match, they are fast running out of time here, but it's still possible. Patterson to Bethell, who leaves that one. Clark behind the stumps. And it remains 206 for 5. Will Young is twirling his arms around. The evergreen Will Young. He's keeping himself. I nicked that one from Dan Norcross.
Of course. Dear old Norky.
Here comes Patterson, right arm over to bowl, and that one is pushed to mid-on. There's no run.
So New Zealand have announced their T20 World Cup squad. First one's in. Start getting some of those announcements coming in soon.
You're heading over for that?
Yes.
Nice.
Talking
You
Dave.
won't need the heater, I wouldn't have thought.
Oh,
For
no,
that?
I won't. It'll probably be an absolutely glorious month in this country. June. It's guaranteed to be hot while I'm away.
You're not expecting any sympathy. Dan Patterson comes into bowl. And that is, Dame Patterson, I should say, that is down between leg slip and wicket keeper. They're looking at each other. I don't think either of them could have reached that, but kind of left it to each other. And it's gone through the air down to the boundary for 4 for Bethell. So that was the shot they were, I guess, putting the fielder in for. It just didn't quite go to hand. 210 for 5.
Yeah, they've had a leg slip in quite a lot. They've been using that position.
It seems to have gone slightly wider. Slightly surprised, but maybe wants to give the wicketkeeper a bit more room. Anyway, Patterson bowls and Bethell's takes a little step forward and pushes out into the offside. 210 for 5. Mel Farrell will be joined by Dave Bracegirdle.
Yes, that's certainly something that we've seen a lot of. We haven't seen as many funky fields as they are so often called now. In this match, as we have in previous rounds, certainly, but I've seen a lot of leg slip in there. Bethell now on 59, Briggs on 18. He's done a good job. Briggs came in at an awkward time yesterday in the late part of the day after they lost Dan Zeb Barnard actually. Well, they lost Dan Mosley earlier. But he did a good job. He's played some nice shots. He's kept himself in there. Good support for Bethell. This is a real opportunity for Jacob Bethell to play a really significant, important role for Warwickshire. We're going to have a change of bowling because Calvin Harrison is coming on from the pavilion end, and a change in the commentary because here's Dave Bracegirdle.
Good morning, Melinda. Yes,
We've had confusion already.
lead on.
Oh, and Harrison, well, first ball anyway was a dot ball, just played out to the offside. I hope you're well, Dave. Here is Harrison to Briggs. It's over the wicket. It's bump ball straight into the covers where Hamid takes it comfortably. See, you've been out exploring in Birmingham. Harrison in as a flatter ball this time, played out to the offside by Briggs.
Well, there's not many tourist spots here, are there?
Oh,
but
stop it.
I went and found one last night.
I'm not having that. Harrison in. This time it's a little leg sidey and he just flicks that away past a fielder running back from mid-wicket, so I'll get a single.
Went to see the bull. Had a walk down Broad Street all the way to the station, and it is quite a mightily impressive looking beast, isn't it? It's enormous.
You
did?
Now there are two bulls, because there's the one which has got a little delay here that Briggs is halfway down the pitch just having a chat. They've got a short leg and a slip in close for Bethell. A funny run up Harrison, hasn't he? The umpire's just taken a step back because he's going to come around the wicket, but he starts as if he's bowling over the wicket. Starts the ball in, played out to the offside, no run. Yeah, because there's the traditional bull outside the bull ring, the shopping centre, that sort of little plaza.
No,
so
I didn't see that. I didn't go there.
That's the one that's probably best known by people. But now they've got the steampunk giant Aussie, the bull. Harrison, he's tried to give that a bit of rip, but it's quite full and it's just worked down towards long off. They'll get a single to finish the over from Patterson. First one back into the attack. It's 212 for 5 with Bethell on 60 and Briggs on 19.
Yeah, we should say as well, Calvin Harrison into the attack. It's his birthday today. He is 26 years of age. It's a little confused. It doesn't take a lot to confuse me, as we've discovered. The club this morning said happy birthday to him. I had a little look, and a number of the leading cricket websites, one I think that you used to work for, had him down as being born on the 29th of May, but we have done a check. Yeah, 29th of April.
See, I didn't have that in my notes. I normally put in my notes if someone's having a birthday during a match. Well, I have to tell them. They like you to tell them.
There's Dane Patterson from the City end, bowls to the left-handed Bethell, who eases this into the offside. And there's no run. 212 for 5. So I had a little wander down there and had a coffee and a cheese roll. And sat and watched the world go by, and then made my way back. And that was it. That was the exciting Sunday evening in the second city.
It's a very nice station, though, right?
Yeah.
It's got some nice food outlets and some good shops in there as well, and just very bright and airy and light.
Patterson, passed umpire Pollard. Bethell, who's played nicely this morning, got a couple of boundaries in the first over to get him going. Works this to mid-on, and there's no run. Walked right past him. See, I'm easily confused. I didn't think it was Jacob Bethell that I walked past last night when he was coming for his media briefing with the bleach blonde hair. No, I thought, that might be Dan Mousley. So I didn't say hello to him, because I knew Jacob as a 15-year-old or 15-year-old when I've seen him in Barbados. This has been dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. He said hello to me, and I went, hello, mate. But that was it. Really, I should have stopped and had a deeper conversation, but I wasn't aware he'd bleached his hair blonde.
Well, you were talking yesterday about playing golf with Sir Gary Sobers, and he was talking about that last night, because he's obviously had an awful lot to do with Sir Gary, and still speaks to him often.
Yeah. It's Franklin mainly. It's Franklin that's been his inspiration and coach. Struck on the pad here. Patterson asking. Bethell had gone a long way out of the crease and defends, and there's no run. So it's Calvin Harrison's birthday today. There's a fellow. We're in a room. On the door it says TMS, and there's a number of pictures here from TMS commentators down the years, and there's a fella up there, Mel, who's celebrating his birthday today. The cat, Phil Tufnell. It's his birthday today. Phil Tufnell, born 29th of April 1966. So what's that? 34 and 24. Cat's 58 today. 212 for 5. Next delivery on its way now, and Bethell pushes it back to Dane Patterson, and there's no run. A man who played for Nottinghamshire briefly in 2016 in the T20. It's his birthday as well. Andre Russell. I think when he played for Notts, he just, I can't remember if he just had Dre or Dre Russ on the back of his shirt. I think that's the first time we've sort of had anybody at Trent Bridge just go with the nickname, which I don't think I heartily approve of, just having a nickname on the back of your shirt, but played for Nottingham Finals Day here in 2016. This is pushed back to the bowler, 212 for 5 at the end of that over. Andre Russell, born on this day in 1988, so he's 36. Andre Russell, where have the years gone? And an Aussie. He's played quite a lot in the county championship over the years. Perhaps best known for being man of the match in the 2015 World Cup final for Australia. Final rounder James Faulkner. It's his birthday today, 29th of April 1990. So he's 34.
Wow, gee. He was the finisher at one point. Really took on that role for Australia. Calvin Harrison, he's coming over the wicket to Briggs, digs out a full ball to mid-off, no run. Yeah, James Faulkner, Tasmanian, I believe James Faulkner was. Sort of just faded a little bit, disappeared. Here comes Harrison. It's a quicker, flatter ball and completely missed by Briggs, which is why you heard a little shout.
I think the only time I've been to Australia was that winter he was playing for the Stars in the Big Bash. I think I saw
Yes,
a couple
that's
of
right.
times there.
Press forward in defence by Briggs. Yes, no, he is. I don't know why I was thinking he was Tasmanian, because I think he is Victorian.
He's played for Lancashire over here, hasn't he, 2 or 3 seasons.
Harrison in, another full ball, and this time he gets it past a fielder at mid-off. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Briggs. Not afraid to take Harrison on.
The day really is all about whether Warwickshire can get to 251, and should they do that, they've saved the follow-on. And I think you'd really need to be bordering on the world of fantasy to see how either side could conjure up a victory if Warwickshire save the follow-on, and that's only 35 away now. 216 for 5 might just all be about bonus points this morning now.
Harrison in a shorter, flatter ball. He's tried to get under that. He hasn't got all of it. It's so high in the air, so high. And there was an attempted diving one-handed catch. The hang time on that ball was an absolute age. But in the end, it falls safely.
Yeah, it was Will Young rushing out from sort of a run-saving mid-wicket position, almost out to the Hollies stand, and I always say they're the hardest to catch, don't they? And flung himself. It's the 50 partnership as well.
It is. This next ball is just smothered now by Briggs. But, I mean, the hang time on that ball, it was in the air for an enormous amount of time. Will Young, he ran as fast as you could possibly imagine. Just tried to get that one hand out, but it was a pretty tough chance. I actually saw, speaking of fielding, as we see a change in the bowling.
Yeah, Ollie Stone's coming on from the City end.
I saw a video posted by Glenn Phillips, another New Zealander, this morning on Instagram. If you've got Instagram,
I haven't.
Check it out. Well, even if you haven't got Instagram, it's fascinating. So, of course, it's over in India at the moment with Sunrisers Hyderabad. Brilliant fielder. Often takes spectacular catches.
Here comes Stone from the City end. His first ball of the morning, cut away for 4 by Bethell. Might have gone early. Lyndon James out there. No, he can't stop it. Nice looking shot from Jacob Bethell. He's punished anything short and wide this morning, got all over that one, and double Nelson on the board, 222 for 5.
Phil is just saying, reminding us too, it's his highest first-class score. Well done. But, yeah, Glenn Phillips takes a lot of spectacular catches. One of the best fielders in the world, in my opinion. Very quick.
There's Ollie Stone in again to Bethell. This just thuds into the pad, drops down on the leg side. I don't think there was any bat involved. Just have a little look at umpire Pollard. No, there was No sign of a signal from the umpire, so one more to Jacob Bethell. Moves on to 65. Phil surprised me there, actually, that is his highest first-class scorer. I thought he'd had one century, but clearly not. So today might be the day.
It's made a good start. So Glenn Phillips put up a video of him doing a fielding drill for fielding in the outfield, and it was quite incredible to watch.
Stone in again to Briggs down the leg side, going to run away. Lyndon James down here with the stop. It was indeed just inside the boundary, and this will be leg buys, 2 leg buys. We will get to the end of this Glenn Phillips anecdote.
So luckily there's not a spinner on. But so he was running in, sprinting in from the deep and taking the ball because he's right-handed, and he was practicing scooping it up at full tilt, running with his left hand, transferring to his right and releasing as quick as he could, because he found he could do it faster if he didn't pick up and throw with the same hand.
Right. Stone bangs it in short. Briggs bobs underneath, goes through to Clark, 225 for 5.
And the speed at which he was doing it was incredible. And he commented and said that he was working on a theory that he could do stuff faster that way if he picked up with his left hand, released with his right, and seeing if he could do it without almost breaking his stride. Someone had asked about the picking up, if it was better that way than picking up and throwing with the same hand. And he said, yeah, and he doesn't have the strongest throw, he says.
Brilliant fielder. Stone in again, still looking for his first wicket. Bowls to Briggs. Has to just stand up tall on his tippy toes just to drop it down on the leg side. No run.
So he's saying he's not got the strongest arm, so he usually just tries to get it in as quickly as possible. But honestly, it's worth having a look at this, because you just realise that, you know, the top players, they're just looking for any edge in any department of the game. To see him trying to theorise and work out if there's a different way of doing things, it's quite interesting to watch.
Here comes Stone once more. Briggs, a gentle push into the covers. There's no run. 225 for 5. If you just joined us this morning, it's been steady progression from the home side. They've added 50 runs in 45 minutes. No semblance of a chance really, although in that last over Danny Briggs hoisted one eye into the air. Will Young rushing back, flung himself full length but still couldn't get there. Just very quickly elsewhere, playing all the games. Essex now 355 for 3 against Durham, trailing by just 3 runs. Century there for Nick Brown. Hampshire 138 for 6 at the Oval. They trail Surrey by 70, and Somerset 28 for 1 in the second innings at Kidderminster, trailing Worcestershire by 114. They're all the Division 1 scores.
Here comes Harrison around the wicket. First ball played very late by Bethell. Slip comes around and picks it up. I always find it must be a bit disconcerting for batters, the way that Harrison has that run up. He's in again around the wicket. Again played very late. This time just behind the fielder at short leg. Goes and picks up the ball. Every time he bowls around the wicket and starts at the other side. Wonder how that started for him. He's in again. Bowls. He sweeps this time. Bethell sweeps well too. There's a chase on, a fielder running down. I think he's going to get there.
Oh dear.
Does a big roly-poly tumble, but manages to keep the ball in.
It's Dane Patterson, and he seemed laboured in running and flung himself to the ground, and he's not got up yet. He's clearly in some discomfort down there. He's got up, he's hobbling a little bit. Hopefully he'll be okay, but he seemed laboured chasing after it, didn't he? I don't know if there's an ailment or two there, but I thought when he played the shot he was certainly picking his fielder, because he just played it wide of Dane Patterson. Nice and fine. They did get back for 3, 228 for 5. I think he's going to be okay. He's not making any signs that he needs to go off the field or anything, but just looked a little laboured chasing, and even more laboured once he'd hit the deck.
It was definitely a hobble that became slightly less ginger. Harrison now over the wicket, played nicely by Briggs, but straight to fielder at short extra cover.
Mentioned yesterday Danny Briggs against Notts. He does have a 50 coming in as night watchman against Notts in the past.
Harrison floats this one up and again played into the covers this time. Well, Haziba Mead had a little misfield there and they were sharp running. They took the opportunity to sprint through for a single. And takes the score to 229 for 5.
Days, you're interested in these things. Today is the National Zip or Zipper Day, and you should honour it by wearing something with a zip on.
Here comes Harrison, press forward in defence on the offside. Well, I'm wearing jeans. That's the end of the over. 229 for 5. Bethell on 68, Briggs on 26. As long as I thought you were about to say you should celebrate it by setting it free and undoing a zip, and if that was the case, I would not be doing that. I only got a zip on my jeans today.
Well, you've got cowboy boots on. Have you not got a zip on your cowboy boots? Your kangaroo rustling boots.
Hang on now, for our listeners. I want you to picture cowboy boots, and if you do, they've got pointed toes, usually maybe some contrast stitching. And heels, maybe some spurs on them as well. I'm wearing round-toed, generic, flat-soled brown boots. They are not cowboy boots.
Kangaroo rustling boots.
There's no way of be rustling kangaroos. It can be very violent, you know.
Yeah, so they say.
Yeah.
229 for 5. Here comes Ollie Stone in again, bowling quickly to Danny Briggs. He eases this up to mid-off and there's no run.
Cowboy boots.
Yeah, one on every corner, isn't there, in Australia, a kangaroo. I was very disappointed when I went to Sydney and Melbourne, didn't see one.
Oh, I should have gone to Canberra. You see them a lot in Canberra. I mean, I don't, usually you see them on the side of the road, I'm afraid. You have to be very careful when you get out west, where I'm from.
In orange. There's Stone, passed on by Pollard's left shoulder, bowls now, Briggs through the offside for 4. Nice looking shot, and Warwickshire very close now to wiping out this follow-on mark, and I'm afraid that will mean that we're just really going to be, not essentially going just through the motions. There's plenty to play for in terms of bonus points for these sides, but in terms of a win being forced, I think that's going to totally elude us today. 18 more, and that will be that, I think, because Nottinghamshire made 400. We're still in Warwickshire's first innings. They're 233 for 5, and once they've saved the follow-on, you'd have to say that is that. Bethell on 68, but Danny Briggs offering good support here on 30, and he defends.
Good support, and it's felt like he's grown in confidence too throughout this innings, and as has Bethell. They've just played their way in, and they're now playing some very, very nice shots. Yes, no, once you're in orange and you go past, like when you're going out west, you've got to be very, very careful driving at dusk, because they just come out. They come out of nowhere. Kangaroos, you should be very careful.
Boing, boing. Next delivery is sent down by Stone. He's bowling quickly here. He's not fitting well in this game. This one down to long leg. Not sure there was a signal, so there might have been another run there for Danny Briggs. There was. Moves on to 31. 2-3-4 for 5. Warwickshire needing 17 more. Notts need a flurry of wickets, and quickly. It's the only way we could see Nottinghamshire being able to get a win here. If they can get these 5 wickets before Warwickshire gets 17 runs, stick them in again, and hope against hope that then they can somehow get another 10 wickets. All highly unlikely, but it will be totally out of the question once 17 more runs have been scored, as Bethell again defends. Floodlights on.
Yes, so it's about to say that. The floodlights have come on, so this might be the best chance, because that's usually when the ball starts doing a bit more.
Michael Burgess still to come. He was listed on the card ahead of Danny Briggs, but with that wicket going down just before the close yesterday, they decided to send out Danny Briggs. Then Hassan Ali, Amir Jamal and Oliver Hannon-Dolby make up the rest of the Bears' batting card, and Ollie Stone has just run through the crease here, but either Bethell wasn't ready or Stone lost his stride. He's okay. It wasn't a case of having to pull up as we saw on a couple of occasions last year. He's bowled with decent pace, not had a lot of luck, Ollie Stone. England Test player, of course. In bowls now on the back foot. Bethell just drives into the covers. And there's no run. End of the over, 234 for 5. We started on time at 11 o'clock here. And Warwickshire so far through Jake Bethell and Danny Briggs have taken the score from 171 for 5 to 234 for 5. And we're going to start hitting those batting bonus points as well very shortly. 16 more required.
And I've been really impressed. Just listening to Jacob Bethell last night. Really mature young man. Very interesting to listen to his adventures in Australia and in the Caribbean as well. Of course, just 20 years of age, so he is only very young. Speaking of young, it's young Harrison now about to bowl over the wicket full, played into mid-wicket by Briggs. No run. Harrison, psychology student, isn't he? So maybe try and outthink the opponent. He's over the wicket, flatted ball. He steps back and laces that one down towards the deep third boundary. It's going to go all the way. There was a dive from Patterson, who we saw take an awkward tumble earlier.
I think there was cries of catch initially, and he flung himself forward, but as he hit the ground, the ball eluded both his hands and his body, went underneath him and away for 4. We'll not really know, I guess, unless people watching the live stream can sort of confirm if it carried or not, but there were certainly cries of catch. Another boundary.
They've got a short leg in and a catching cover as Harrison's in once more, but it's gently patted back towards the bowler. So 238 for 5, just 13 runs now required. Briggs waits as that ball is floated up. He gave that plenty of air. Diving stop to mid-wicket means there's no run.
Hampshire 7 wickets down at the Oval. They still trail by 69. Looks as if Surrey are going to go on and win that one.
Harrison full ball and just gets an inside edge, really. Tried to play that one on the offside. It ends up trickling down towards mid-on. Last ball of the over. He's back, plays late. Just carves that one way along the ground to Asif Hamid, who does the fielding in the covers. So at the end of the over, it's 238 for 5. So 13 runs required for Warwickshire to avoid the follow-on. Bethell on 68 and Briggs on 35, doing a fine job for Warwickshire. The middle order hasn't been tested too often this season, or not really at all, but these two have certainly stiffened up things.
I don't know if you're familiar with the phrase once in a blue moon,
Yes,
which effectively means
Rarely.
it happens very, 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 very rarely. Ben Slater's going to have a bowl. Second new ball is due in 6 overs time. It'll certainly be his first bowl of the season. I think he's got about 2 first-class wickets. Maybe 3, but certainly with that second new ball just around the corner. Not so very much at the point of no return here, just trying something a little different. Very gentle off spinners from Ben Slater. I did see him loosening up, well, having a bit of a bowl this morning, turning his arm over, and I just wondered if it might be one of those sorts of days. But Ben Slater coming on.
He's got 3 first-class wickets.
He's got 3.
My quick research.
Here he comes from the city end and bowls, and this one's dropped on the leg side. The first of those I do remember well was Alex Thompson of Derbyshire, who came charging down the track at him as soon as he came on, former Derbyshire teammate. And I actually put it down as a run out and challenged him about it afterwards. He was celebrating his wicket, and I teased him that it has to go down as a run out, as he'd almost got past the middle of the strip, as this is dropped on the leg side. 238 for 5. It's midday. I'll have to go and do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. I'll be back in the fullness of time. In the meantime, more from Mel, and then Clive will be here.
We might end up having a double change because Phil has Phil is around today, and he is lurking to my left. As we see Slater continue. He batted well. It was good support for Ben Ducket. Slater. He got 65 runs. He's in now over the wicket. Darts that one in. And it just played down to on the leg side. Sorry, I'm getting out of Clive's way.
No, you aren't.
Here comes Slater again. And that is just very delicately defended by Briggs to the offside. No one wants to lose their wicket to a part-timer coming in.
No.
That there is a short leg and a slip in. Slater in once more. Yes, very watchfully pressed back to the bowler by Briggs.
Yeah, brilliantly though he played. I should imagine Ben Ducket was a little irritated to get bowled by Dan Mosley. Not that Mosley's a part-timer, but he doesn't bowl that much. It was only his second championship wicket.
In comes Slater once more. Flatter, quicker deliveries, driven out to mid-off, no run. So 239 for 5, just 12 runs away now from avoiding the follow-on. Warwickshire with Bethell on 69, Briggs on 35, and I'm going to make way for Phil Briggs, so enjoy.
Splendid. And 239 for 5, the Warwickshire total, so they just need 12 more runs now to avoid the follow-on. That looks to be fairly academic now. But, Harrison will bowl to Bethell, who is on a career best now at 69. He's in uncharted territory in first-class cricket. He comes down the pitch and losts that over the top, and it eventually rolls. The golf shot, it did slow down, but it does roll over the rope, and he gets 4 runs. Good morning, Phil.
Morning, Clive. Morning, everybody. That one shows how wet that outfield is down below us. Yesterday it was covered in puddles, and today that one pitched and just stopped. Hardly had the pace left on it to roll over the boundary.
And the wicket comes Harrison, and that is turned round to mid-wicket by Bethell. Just happened to be a little watchful of short leg there. The leg slip and a slip as well. Do an update in about 40 seconds time.
Carry on.
That's swept by Bethell, and he's got that away down to fine leg. I think it came out of the meat of the bat, but it's gone for 4. And in fact, it didn't come off the bat at all. It's been signalled as to 47 for 5. And update pending. I'm not sure. Might just get to the follow-on target during the update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 247 for 5 in their first innings on the final day of this rain-affected match. It's all about Warwickshire getting to 251 today. That would ensure they avoid the follow-on and therefore make a draw almost certain, and they're well on the way to doing that, having not lost a wicket today. Jacob Bethell has now achieved a career best. He's on 73 and playing with increasing confidence, and Danny Briggs supporting him is on 35. Bethell just swept another one away. That will take them to 249. 2 more runs needed then to make the game all but safe, and then it's about chasing bonus points. Warwickshire 249 for 5. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
Yeah, that one dropped horribly short by Harrison, and Bethell got inside and just pulled it away through mid-wicket. It was sort of waiting for it to get to him in the end.
Just do this final ball, and then Dave will come back in, and that's played to back a square leg for no run. 249 for 5.
So Warwickshire need 2 more runs, as Clive said, to avoid the follow-on, and in all honesty that will put the game pretty much into what's been fairly obvious since pretty much yesterday afternoon that this game is heading towards a draw. It needed something very special this morning, and so far Warwickshire have been able to carry on through. They lost that 5th wicket when the score was 168. They've taken it up to 249. And Slater will continue Let's say good morning today, Briggs. Good. Well, good afternoon now.
Hello, Phil. Been a while, hasn't it, as Slater bowls to Danny Briggs, pushes us back to the part-time off-spinner.
Yeah, it has. It's been perhaps 2 or 3 years, probably.
Yeah. The aeroplane just descending into the airport at the far end of the ground as Briggs eases this into the offside. No run. Just a very gentle approach, isn't it, into Birmingham International, away in the distance to our right.
It starts getting busy from now on, Dave. That you can see them tracking in all day.
Slater in again. Briggs plays this to initially to mid-wicket, and it was semi-stopped by Asiba Mead, and he deflected the ball to Dane Patterson at mid-on, so they couldn't get the run. Warwickshire need 1 for a first batting point, 2 to save the follow-on, both of which will happen, and there is the first of them. There is the single drilled out to Patterson, and that's the 250 up. This pair have done very, very well indeed. 75 runs added this morning, and I can say not really a glimmer of a chance. There was that one that went high up in the air that Will Young was never really favourite to get anywhere near and couldn't.
At 168 for 5, they were teetering. They lost another couple of wickets quickly. They could well have been having to follow on in force.
Slater in again, and now it's cut away for the single that will save the follow-on. So we're just, what, 5 past 12, and this game will probably go on till 5 o'clock-ish. But I think already we can almost enter it into the record books as being drawn. Yeah.
It's just a question really now of whether both sides can pick up some more bonus points.
Slater into Briggs, short leg in there. Briggs wristily works it onto the leg side for another single. And Ben Slater just being used really just to use a few overs, soak up a few overs quickly, just allow the quicks just have a little bit of a rest and just get through to the 80 over mark when that second new ball can be taken.
Yeah, sometimes you see it to catch the over rate, but not this over rate's fine. It's just showing up there as -1, but that's nothing to worry about. Mark Robinson will be delighted that Jacob Bethell has been able to get some time at the crease. He missed out in the match where Warwickshire scored 700. He wasn't required to bat, and so he was sat there with pads on, but never getting the chance on what was a perfect batting wicket. And he's come out here and he's done a terrific job, I think, for Warwickshire. As Harrison starts a new over, and this is down to it's the substitute fielder.
Yeah, his name's Freddie McCann, young spinner.
Right, thank you. I saw him come on, but I wasn't sure who he was. This next one's for Harrison. He's given a bit of a tweak as he's played out to Young at mid-wicket. There's no run. Briggs, who's on 37, has been very steady this morning. Good support to Bethell. This one he goes for a sweep. It's a shout for LBW. It looked pretty much leg side, judging where his foot is. I think, are they going for the catch? Perhaps they think there's balls. No, it was the LBW they're looking for. The ball drops down. A little bit hopeful. No response. 252.
There's that. There's more fireworks going on. There's some sort of celebration going on.
Yes, it's he's pushed down in Harrison Field. So each day has been these. I think I'm going to say it's Eid, but I might be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I apologise. That's Harrison in. And this one he goes back and just runs away behind. Backward point. There's no run. Yes, each day there's been them on just after 12 o'clock. Harrison comes in to complete his over. This one is lifted hard and high. It's going back towards McCann, who takes the catch. And Harrison's got his wicket. Briggs is annoyed. It's a second bowling point for Nottinghamshire, and McCann, who we were just talking about, runs backwards and takes a catch at deepish mid-on. Briggs walks off. He was looking to hit it over the top down to the long-on boundary, but got under it. He got away with one earlier in the innings where he took a steepling pull, which went nobody could quite get back to chase him. But he judged it very well, the young man, and on the catch, Warwickshire have lost their 6th wicket, 252 for 6.
Briggs out for 37. Second bowling point then for Nottinghamshire, for getting 6 wickets down. Michael Burgess already on his way out to the middle. Wicket-keeper batter, fine player, has a century against Notts on his CV from his days with Sussex. And still to come, 2 Pakistan international test players, Hassan Ali and Amir Jamal, and then Oliver Hannon Dolby. But that's a nice little moment, isn't it, for any youngster coming on just to help out as the sub-fielder and then being challenged by one hitting his direction, but he held it nicely.
Yeah, he was 19 a week ago, so youngsters come through. Freddie McCann getting a chance to be on the field with the first team. It's always good experience.
Yeah, they've had
pick warmer days through.
Yeah, they've had obviously Luke Fletcher and Matthew Montgomery here the first couple of days of this match. They were left out of the initial squad, and then yesterday Freddie McCann and Fatih Singh are both here. It's going to be Ben Slater, see if he can get a wicket as well. It's going to be Bethell on strike on 76. Of course, we've only really been talking about bonus points and what have you from here on in, but there's an individual milestone just around the corner for Jake Bethell here, and he moves, well, he doesn't move closer to it. That was a brilliant stop. Mead in the covers, diving away to his right hand side. 252 for 6. Slater in once more off 2 or 3 paces. Nice action. Bethell drops it on the leg side and shy at the stumps from Ollie Stone, narrowly misses. That was a little risky from Bethell. 253 for 6. Clive Eakin, Melinda Farrell, part of the commentary team. I'm Dave Bracegill. Phil Britt alongside. Still look after the museum here, Phil?
Yes, been doing that the last few days. The last 3 days, Dave. That's why I haven't seen so much of you. Sort of tried to keep it open with the inclement weather. People have been in and out, mainly to get warm. It's been like a sort of refuse place for people coming in and spending some time by the radiators.
Huge tarpaulin at the city end is billowing in the gusty conditions there. This is dropped on the leg side, fielded by Hamid. A little like the Notts match at Taunton last week. I sense if I was batting, I'd find the billowing sheet more of a distraction actually than the empty white seats. But thankfully the wind has just died a little bit. This one's floated up to Burgess. Still looking for his first run as he drives to Stone at mid-off. What's your latest exhibit then, or your newest exhibit that you've managed to either had donated to you or the museum has purchased? Or?
We've just purchased some stuff at a recent auction, cricket auction.
Next one's worked away. It's going to be a chase for Dylan Pennington towards the Holly stand at deep backward point. Drags it back in, 2 runs, 255 for 6.
We've got a blazer, one of Bob Willis's blazers, which is actually on its way to us now from the auction, and also we purchased a gold cigarette case which was presented to a player from the early 1900s, which we've been looking at for a while.
Slater bowls, Burgess defends. I don't think players in the modern era get presented with gold cigarette cases, do they?
No, it's like you look at the photographs of some of the old teams. They're sat there and got a cigarette or a pipe going on the team photo. You imagine today's teams, you know, going out there. Can you put your cigarettes out? That's all right. Your vapes.
And the Willis blazers, England touring ones or Warwickshire ones?
It's a Warwickshire one,
yeah.
Which we've got. Yeah, we've got some England stuff for him, but it's the Warwickshire one. And we've got a display for Bob Willis, which we put in during the winter. We're obviously doing the West Indies. We've done something about the Brumbrella. Do you remember the old Brumbrella,
yes,
Dave?
Yeah.
We've done a feature on that, the history of that, which seems to be quite popular for people. Coming Hansen in again, starting you over. This is a full toss driven by Bethell down to mid-off. And Pennington does the fielding down there. And we've done one on one of the older players, a guy called Jimmy Ord, which is a new one. This one, Bethell goes back and cuts away through the covers. He'll get a couple of runs for this one. It's picked up. Is that Young who's done the fielding down there?
Yes.
Thank you. The fielding from he's a backward point. He had to go running round in front of square on the offside, but Bethell collects another couple of runs. 257 for 6. It's Harrison Ian, a bit shorter again. That one turns, and Bethell has to readjust. He was looking to cut it away, and the ball turned it to him. In the end, he's late on it and jabs it away past short leg to square leg. They think about the single, but it kept a bit low and turned on him.
Yeah, it wasn't actually. It was Ben Slater who did the chase in the previous one. Yeah.
Harrison Ian, this is short again, and again tucking up Bethell. So those last two bringing, just making Bethell readjust his shot. So he's looking to use the shorter delivery and play it away through the vacant offside. There's only two fielders. There's a slip and two fielders on the offside, mostly an onside fielders. This one is run away into the offside, but the bowler has time to go running round and collect off his own bowling.
He's bowling nicely here, Harrison, but as ever, it's the old conundrum and query for the skipper: keep the spinner on who's going well, or take the second near ball, which is very nearly due.
Yep. Here's Harrison in, bowls, and Bethell will get runs this time, tucking it away behind square on the onside. So yeah, to get a single. So it takes the total on to 258 for 6. Bethell moves on to 80. Gosh, he seems to have got up to 80 quickly.
Yeah.
It only just didn't seem 2 minutes ago. I was telling you, he'd passed his highest score of 61.
Yeah.
So this is really is saying Mark Robinson will be absolutely delighted. Bethell into the side predominantly because of the absence of Sam Hain, and he's kept his place in this side. He only scored 54 runs in the limited opportunities he'd had this season coming into this match, but certainly now he's a player with enormous potential. Just really looking for that score, Dave, just to get it going and move on to the next stage.
Yeah. Certainly no hesitation in Asiba Mead's mind. I was mulling over what to do, but Mead has taken the second near ball. Thanks ever so much to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch this morning. We've been nattering away. Richard Dawson, I think Clive and Mel said earlier on how I was having a moan because I'd been dropped from the 11 till 11:30 slot. Richard said Dave wasn't dropped, he was just rested, because obviously that's a play on current cricket parlance. Nobody ever gets dropped, do they? They're just rested. It will be Ollie Stone. 258 for 6. I need to find out what they were saying about me. According to Rob, as first ball from Stone through the defences and into the pads. Rob Crocker says, Dave, your fellow commentators were making fun of your multi-talents with the microphone. Thank you very much. Fraser says, welcome back on commentary, so that was a while ago. Richard Dawson, present company accepted. Dave, did you know it's National Zip Day? Yeah, we were talking about that with Mel. She likes to know what day it is. These national days, I mean, they're all a little bit silly, aren't they? They're just for fun, but we've had a giggle or two out of them this week as this is pushed up to mid-off. T says fair play to Bethell and Briggs, game over now once the follow-on was saved. The stream didn't capture if that one carried to Dane Patterson or not. Thanks T, thanks for having a look. Graham Ward, lots of positives from the last two games. The weather's made a farce of this stupid domestic calendar. Thanks Graham. I mean, that's the way, isn't it? That's the UK. We could be here in July watching it rain all day, as we have been in the past, in June and August and September and May. You just know. Oh, Bethell leaves that one alone.
Good judgment.
They say there's only two sorts of leave, don't they? My word. He left that alone. It only just cleared off stump.
He comes down, has a little look at the wicket. I think that was a little bit too close for comfort there for Bethell.
The only thing he can say in his favour, he didn't see it. He just left the ball and would have heard the hooves from behind him.
He didn't look back, did he?
No.
In fairness to him.
He didn't hear the death rattle, so he's okay. 258 for 6. this morning. Notts have got that 6th wicket, but not until Warwickshire have got a batting point and save the follow-on. As Bethell, looking for a maiden century here, drives down the ground. Asiba Mead is after it and gives up on the chase. Ball beats him to the rope. Yeah, lovely shot. 262 for 6, and Bethell inching closer onto 84.
Yes, he just leant into that one, and the timing was perfect all along the floor to meet after it, but it was just as he ran, the ball just kept going further away from him, across the ropes on still what's a fairly soft outfield after all that rain yesterday.
A proud moment for my mate Franklin Stevenson if he can get his maiden century. Send him a message later on.
So he was in the academy with that, was
he?
He
was brought up in Barbados. This next one's cut into the offside, played for the Barbados national age groups. Jacob will tell you, I don't know, under 13s, 14s, 15s and 16s. And then came over. Did he come to rugby school?
Rugby school he was at, yeah. Where we've got 3 matches this year.
Yes, including one against the Outlaws. Yeah, not been there, Phil, so I'm looking forward to that one.
Oh, it's nice. It's a lovely place, Dave.
263 for 6 is the current score.
The match is going on in the school holidays, so there shouldn't be too much problem, I don't think, with the parking. Although, having said that, don't hold me to it.
Ali Stone comes in. Bowles beats Burgess on the outside. And he goes through to Clark. Looking forward to seeing the spot where William Webb Ellis, who was sick of a game of football, picked the ball up and ran with it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. So they say.
Our history would have been very different had he chosen to kick the ball like the rest of us.
Would they have called it? Would they have given the name to the sport if it had been somewhere like Wellingborough?
Obviously a double bowling change. So Harrison, the birthday boy, having got a wicket on his birthday, now out of the attack, and Dylan Pennington comes back. Pennington, I think most people would agree, been the pick of the bowlers. 3 for 59. He's still only fresh into his Nottinghamshire career. If he gets another wicket, it would be a best. He has had a 3-fer for Notts, but not a 4-fer. So there will be plenty of them during the season and in the years to come, but he might just be able to get himself one here today.
Terrific pick up there for Nottinghamshire getting Pennington. He really has looked very sharp in this match. Here he is. Starts with the new ball to Bethell, who goes back and pushes away into the offside, and there's no run given as the field.
I'm just wondering what this bit of litter is on the outfield, sort of at the end of his run. It looks like a handkerchief that's been discarded or something.
Yeah, it's fallen. I think it's probably fallen out of somebody's pocket by the look of it. There might be a ball just to wipe the ball. I assume there's still some moisture out there, but usually it's been well sort of rodded and roped. They put a rope round, don't they? This one is down the leg side. It's running away past the diving Clark behind the stumps. It's off the. Now he got back to it. It's signalled as 4 runs off the bat for Bethell. Thought initially it had come off the thigh pad.
Yeah, I did. It kept very low.
Yeah.
Tough one for Joe Clark.
Yeah, very difficult one for him. I was going to say he's really can't be at fault for that one, and it's also as it came off the bat even less so. So 4 more to the total, 267, and Bethell moves on to 89 with those 4. So Warwickshire now will have their eye on a second batting point. 3 more wickets needed for Nottinghamshire. This one is going to be more runs for Bethell, turned away down to Pine Leg. Bethell wants to come back for 2 and does it comfortably. So he moves into the nervous 90s. 91 he goes to.
Yeah, it might be the old Swan, graceful on the surface, but the legs doing a lot of paddling underneath.
Yeah.
But so far he's not looked in any real difficulties. Like you say, he accelerated very quickly from 50 to 80, and now he's into the 90s. He's getting on with it.
So 20-year-old looking as Pennington in the end, and he's behind that and solidly plays it down in front of him. Fielded off his own bowling by Pennington.
Been looking at obviously the buildings on the horizon. over the last 3 days. I sort of had a little look at one or two of them last night. I did the walk from the hotel all the way down Broad Street and all the way to the station to see the bull, and one or two of those buildings now looked familiar from my walk last night.
Bowls and forward comes Bethell. A lot of work going on in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Well, there is and has been for the last 4 or 5 years that the amount of cranes out there just seems to get more and more each year we come. I think the last match we counted 17 cranes on the skyline.
They don't seem to be doing a deal, do they? They're certainly not whizzing around and very obviously helping construct something. It's all as it has been over the weekend, seemingly very quiet.
It's a bit blowy up there this morning, I would think. Pennington in, bowls, Bethell turns it into the onside, but only down to the captain, Mead, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. 269 for 6. It's Bethell moved on to 91. Burgess is on 2. Burgess been a little bit disappointing with the bat in recent times. He got 4 half-centuries last season, but previous season he'd scored 2 or 3 centuries.
Yeah.
Didn't probably quite fire last year. Went out on loan as well for the T20s to Sussex, and there was some concerns amongst Warwickshire members that he might make the move back down to the south coast.
Here comes Ollie Stone, striving for that first wicket of the season, and is very close to finding the outside edge of Burgess's bat, but not on this occasion. Notts have got 3 slips. Will Young at first, Ben Ducket, who of course began this game with a magnificent opening day, 197 not out by stumps on Friday, got his double 100 early on Saturday morning, spent much of the time since then either watching it rain or standing at slip. Calvin Harrison at third slip. There's a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off. The 6 on the offside as Ollie Stone is into the right-handed. Burgess chips it up into the air to mid-wicket. There's nobody there. Just played it into the gap, and they take the single. It was just deliberately forced by Burgess into the gap. As I say, it was uppish, but wide of Slater and short of Patterson.
So it turned him a little bit square on, and he jabbed at it. He wasn't in control of the shot, really. He got away with it, but just one of those where for a second you think, that's going to go straight to the fielder, but found the gap. But again, not a totally convincing looking shot, Dave.
Left-handed Bethell on strike. Mid-wicket has been put out on the rope in front of the Hollis, and Bethell gets a ball that arrows in on off stump, and he pushes it out again to Ben Slater in the covers. 270 for 6. Another huge aeroplane just gracefully making its way across the horizon.
Played in any of the other championships?
No, this is his seasonal debut. He's played 2 T20 games over the last couple of weeks. 2 second 11 games over the last couple of weeks.
It's good to see him back in the championship. He's had a torrid time here with the injuries at Edgbaston.
And last season for Notts. He's in again, and this is pushed into the offside. Just started 2 first-class games, didn't finish the second one, and just started the 1 T20 game, that match against Birmingham Bears at Trent Bridge, that Shaheen Shah Afridi took 4 wickets in the first over. I've never seen an over like it. 7 for 4 the Bears were at the end of the first over, and still won.
I remember watching that on the BBC Sport live page, which is, keeps you right up to date with everything going on, and I couldn't believe it.
Extraordinary stuff. Sam Hain averages about 250 at Trent Bridge, wasn't in that competition, as this one passed Bethell's outside edge. He's not done a deal wrong, deserves to get that maiden 100 here, Jacob Bethell, but deliveries like that will cause him a problem or two. Did well not to nick that. Good from Notts. They've got to keep their spirits up here. They know that effectively they're just playing for bonus points. They need 3 wickets themselves now to get that 3rd bowling bonus point. Warwickshire need 30 runs for a second batting point, and then on. Final ball of this over, and then we'll have another flip round in the commentary box here as we look out on a increasingly chilly day. Bethell will keep strike as he opens the face and guides it down to third man where Lyndon James is fielding. End of the over, 272 for 6, and that's the end of Stone's over. Bethell is on 92, Burgess is on 3.
I'll just talk while Clive moves into yours, and then I'll make way of Melbourne take over from me. 271 for 6. It looks a bit grey overhead at the moment. It's probably, there's no rain actually forecast for the day, but it doesn't look particularly promising at the moment. Although the ground staff who've got the accurate radar, they're not out and about, so that's one really good thing. So Bethell on the verge of what would be his maiden first-class century. He's on 92, and he will be facing Pennington from the pavilion end, and I'll leave you with Clive.
I suppose it'll be a while, but Mel's worrying about the cold again, and I'm having to sort out the heater for it. I don't know. Pennington in to bowl to Bethell, who turns that round his pads into the deep. He is now on to 93, 272 for 6. It is getting quite dark out there. Hopefully we don't have to come off while he's in this position.
Yes, thank you for sorting out the heater.
Yeah.
It was just, I couldn't get it on, and I'm just bringing it close now. So yes, it has temperatures dropped with the sun going in.
Pennington to Burgess, who leaves that one outside off stump. There's no run.
It's been a frustrating couple of days in many ways for Warwickshire, but I think they would certainly take a great amount of pleasure if Bethell could get his century here.
Yes, it would. It would be a big moment for him. He's on strike at the moment. It's picking up. It only affects Mike. So, Pennington bowls, and that's off a bit of an inside edge of Burgess. He'll get runs for it. Say once, in fact, he'll just get a run in the singular. It was off the inside of the bat out onto the leg side. Lights on, the cloud cover. The bowlers seem to be having a little bit more threat about them of late. Ollie Stone unlucky not to have got his first wicket of the match. In comes Pennington, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. Surrey now just 2 wickets away from victory against Hampshire. Hampshire still 37 behind, 171 for 8. Look like Essex, well, I suppose. I'll try and get Durham in before the close, but Nick Brown 147. Essex is batting on 405 for 5. Not clear sitting here exactly why they're batting on, but anyway. I presume they've given up ambitions to win it. They got 3 batting points in total, did Essex. Pennington to Bethell, who leans back and takes a wild swing of that one and misses it.
Oh, not now, son.
No.
Oh, dear.
That was a bit of a nervous 90s shot, wasn't it?
It was, but look, Pennington has done that. I think just when he bends his back, the pace that he gets, you've seen him get good bounce out of the track, and there have been quite a few times when he's dropped on and a bit short, and the batters have tried to take it on, gone for the cut shot, and just been beaten for pace.
Pennington, but he stopped. That wind again because of bonus problems in their run-ups. Lights on here. We've got 25 minutes to lunch. Pennington bowls, and that's played out to point. There's no run. In theory, we've got 71 overs left in the day, but you would imagine that because bonus points will be done and dusted one way or the other no later than 26 overs time. We're looking at a 5 o'clock round of handshakes, or even 10-2-5 if they can declare.
Yeah, well, with the game still not yet 2 innings old.
Yeah. That's a shame we've lost all that time. And quite an interesting 1 innings game this, wouldn't it? You're now 127 behind.
It would indeed. It's Ollie Stone from the City end. He's coming in, he's bowling over the wicket to Burgess, and he just plays that one very nicely through mid-wicket. Might go for 4. No, it's not. It's just slowing up in the outfield. Comes to a complete stop, in fact. They are able to add to the score. Bethell is now on strike. He's got the strike back with those 3 runs. So on 93. And Warwickshire 276 for 6. I saw him play a bit of a wild swat to Dylan Pennington. Won't want to risk it too much, but also staying positive. On strike now. Stone is in over the wicket, just lets that one go straight through to the gloves of Clark. That wind is really swirling around. You're just looking at the flags now. The flags are just going in all directions. It's not like a stiff breeze going one way. It's all around swirling at the moment. Bethel's just gone for a little walk out towards square leg, just settled himself. You can hear the tap of his bat 3 times, 4 times. Waits a Stone. He's in bowls. Oh, he's played at that one and he's got the nick. And he is out in the 90s after all that work. A maiden first-class century goes begging for Bethell, and Ollie Stone has his first wicket of the season. 7th wicket falls for Warwickshire now, 276, and Bethell, well, he's played a really lovely knock here that in the end is out for 93. And that is a shame for him, because he's been wonderful to watch and he's played an incredibly important hand for Warwickshire here in guiding them past the follow-on stage. There's going to be a first-class century around the corner for Jacob Bethell. Of that, I have no doubt.
Yes, he's got plenty of time on his side. A very good innings. I have to say, it's tough on him, but I think Ollie Stone deserved that. He's looked really threatening, beaten the bat a few times. And unfortunately for Bethell, just got the edge there. And Warwickshire still got a bit of work to do to get to a second batting point, never mind a third. We're going to see Amir Jamal in. He's been signed for his bowling, but he did get a half century during the course of the 3-test series against Australia, so he obviously knows which way up to hold the bat. Talking to a Gloucestershire journalist about Liam Norwell's first-class 100. He's got a first-class 100. Yes, he has, but I'm not quite sure how. But anyway, Jamal will be on strike, of course. So really, they'll be looking at that 350 as a target. That's a bit to do.
So Jamal, only off the plane by a few days, arrived the day before this match started. So eager to play. He's on strike now as Stone is in and bowls. It's a short ball, and he just had a little bit of a nibble at that one, Jamal. Didn't make contact. Good bounce from Stone. Just had him swaying back a little bit.
Wasn't a terribly confident looking shot, was it? One thing Warwickshire still haven't managed is a century partnership. Knott's had 2 of those. Which have had a couple of decent partnerships, but no one's managed to take it through to a century yet.
So Jamal waits. Stone runs in, bowls. And this time he just works that one in towards mid-on. Just coming down and getting a little bit of a rub. Yes, it was a hard work for Jamal coming into the side. It just spoke about how incredibly keen he was to play. Certainly can bat, we know that. Here is Stone, and oh, he's just got the ball whistling past the outside edge. Stone. It's a great over from him, a successful one. Warwickshire now 276 for 7. Jamal yet to score, having faced 3 balls. Burgess out there on 7.
Yeah, good spell from Ollie Stone, really threatening spell. Doing Paisley at the other end. Notts will have hopes of wrapping this innings up fairly quickly if they can. They need, of course, 2 more wickets to get the 3rd bowling point, and that would mean they'd have dropped just 1 bonus point. They just about got to 4 batting points, reaching exactly 400 before they were bowled out. Warwickshire did get the full bowling points, but they're struggling a bit for batting points. They've got 1 in the bag. They're not guaranteed anymore. Pennington coming into bowl to Burgess, and pushes that back to the bowler. There's no run. 2 big away games coming up for Warwickshire after this. Have a little bit of a break, and then they're at the Oval to take on Surrey, followed by Chelmsford to take on Essex.
Well,
that'll be a good test.
Yeah, I'll be at the Oval. You're going to be at
I'm going to be at Chelmsford, yeah. Richard Wilford's going to be at the Oval.
I did a couple of championship games there last year, enjoyed them very much.
Painted in bowls, and that's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
I like the Oval. I love the Oval, actually. I love the fact that the view from there, being able to see Archbishop Tennyson School and all the red brown bricked buildings around there. Wonderful view of the pavilion. When I'm actually working as a reporter, not as a commentator, I love sitting outside because there's an overflow area for journalists where you actually sit outside.
Pennington right arm over bowls, and that's just pushed to mid-on. The runs have dried up a bit for Warwickshire at the moment. Nottinghamshire put a bit of pressure on them, not in terms of the match, no real pressure there. Notts would have bowled Warwickshire out by lunch. They'd have to bat at least tea before they can get Warwickshire back in again. So, no real likelihood of Notts being able to get a win. They still had 2 days left.
Even 1 day left.
Yeah. Well, yes, 2 days including this one.
Yes,
I meant.
okay.
Yes, yeah. This next one is turned round to mid-wicket for a single by Burgess, and moves on to 8. A little bit of bounce there for Pennington. Burgess played it down. Yes, shame we lost. Actually added it all up, but I think we must have lost about a day's equivalent of a day's play, maybe even a bit more. Not done, and this game will still be very finely poised as it is. It is going to be a major surprise if it doesn't end in a draw. It depends whether you're half full or half empty as a Warwickshire fan. So in comes Pennington. That's driven down the ground. Pennington tries to deflect it onto the non-striker stumps, but misses, and the ball goes through for 2 runs. I think that was a deliberate attempt to knock it onto the non-striker stumps, but unfortunately for Pennington, he missed, and that allowed Jamal to get his first 2 runs.
It's a nice-looking drive as well, straight down the ground, but we know, as I said, we know he can bat. He's scored that 82 against Australia in the Test series during the summer.
Pennington with 3 slips in place for Jamal, drives that quite out of the middle of the bat, and it goes straight to the fielder at cover, so there's no run. 279 for 7 are Warwickshire, applying to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out. $121 now is the Warwickshire deficit.
He took 18 wickets, at just a tick over 20 in that debut Test series against Australia. Interestingly, though, he played club cricket in England for Doncaster Town in 2019 and Whiston Parish Church Cricket Club in 21-22. So no stranger to these shores. as Stone it is now, bowling to Burgess. He's up on his toes and drives that one into the covers.
So he's been here before, but he's still moaning about the cold, apparently.
Hey, he has all of my sympathy. Boy, oh boy. I'm certainly not going to be having a shot at him for that, because I'm inside and I'm back sitting on the heater. I was all right this morning, but it's now nestled under my left leg, the heater. It's been my real comfort. Here's Stone. It's a short ball and he absolutely flays at that one. It just pulls up short of the rope. He went for it, didn't get all. Then there's going to be overthrows. I didn't know it's hit the stumps and ricocheted off, and they've managed to run another one. Wow. So a fair bit going on there.
Yes.
It's meant that Jamal's back on strike.
Always has people chuntering about the laws of the game, doesn't it? It's the stumps, it should be dead ball, but it isn't, so they help themselves for an extra run. Every run valuable for Warwickshire. They need 18 more to get to a second batting point, and they will still have ambitions to get 68 more to get to the third. Can't see them just getting beyond that. How many overs we got left? We've got 14, including this one. So, I mean, they're going to have to go as part of 5 and over even to get to 350.
So Jamal again on strike as Stone is in over the wicket, lets that one go past. And just looking at where he's been as well, he also played in Hawkesbury, which is northwest Sydney, beautiful part of Sydney, Hawkesbury River, somewhere where you can go and hire a houseboat. I wonder if he ever did that, probably not. Hire a houseboat, go to little tiny settlements where they can only reach by boat or seaplane. Great experience in Australia. I imagine he spent more of his time on the cricket field. He's on strike now. Stone is in. I think the ball just driven straight back to the bowler who stops it. You can hear that wind howling on our effects mics as well, which gives you an idea of what it's like out there.
Yeah, quite hard work for the bowlers in this wind.
Yeah, blustery. Stone starts his run up. It's got a wicket in the bag. He's in over the wicket. Jamal, and he tried to turn it on the leg side. In the end, the ball's just on the thigh pad and trickled out to the offside. 3 slips in for Jamal. Players, some with hands in pockets, some doing some old stretches, trying to stay warm out there. So I don't think it's just Jamal feeling it.
Spare leg boundary, fielder going back. I think you might see Stone bang one in short and tempt Jamal with the hook.
Here it comes, he's in. Yes, it is a short one, but Jamal just limbos out of the way of that one, happy to let it go, not wanting to fall into the trap, and it's the end of Stone's over. 282 for 7 now. Warwickshire having avoided the follow-on. Jamal on 4, Burgess on 9. 2 batters just having a little chat. Ollie Stone's just tried to put his sweater on and got it caught on his head. Looked like a headless man walking down for a second.
I think Warwickshire, at the moment, they have mind just get to 300. Once they get to 300, you might see Burgess in particular as a naturally attacking batter go for some shots, because they're probably by that time going to be needing something like a run a ball if they're going to get to 350 in time. The extra batting point. They need to make sure they get to 300 first and foremost. With only 3 wickets left as Pennington comes in the bowl, right arm over. That's driven. That's a lovely shot from Michael Burgess. But it's a slow outfield, and Hasib Hamid will reel that in. And so they only get 3. It's worthy of a boundary, the shot. It gets Burgess 3 more. He's on to 12, 285 for 7.
Yeah, it's the longest boundary here at Edgbaston, the way things are set up here, but the ball has notably been slowing up a lot more in the outfield today. All the all the rain yesterday. It was so wet in the outfield. It's really not surprising to see it a little bit sluggish out there.
3 slips in place for Pennington. Christian in the beans with a 5 for. He's got 3 so far. That one drifts away from Jamal. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. Quite an elaborate looking leave from Jamal. 5-4-7 Warwickshire.
Yeah, he looked a little bit sluggish at times, or at first not sluggish, but you can just imagine having got off the plane, probably a bit jet lagged. But I think Warwickshire fans will be very happy to have him on board this season.
Pennington bowls. Some of the passes are on. Yes, they were after an Australian apparently. I'm not sure who. They weren't after an Australian, but he had injury problems, so that one fell through.
I wonder who that was.
Yeah. They were after Jamal for a while. Finally managed to get it over the line. Warwickshire haven't been bowled out for, the lowest they've been bowled out for this season so far is 333. Never failed to get comfortably beyond 300. Before being bowled out. That one's left by Jamal. There's no run. That ridiculous 698 for 3 against Durham. Durham followed on, having scored 517.
Yeah, it's a bit like IPL scores at the moment, isn't it? Batting on steroids.
Which I think felt they were a bit unlucky not to bowl Durham out a second time. They got them 6 wickets down, but beat the bat, had quite a few LBW shouts along the way. Might have had a chance of winning that. Jamal pushes that out to point, there's no run, whereas against Worcestershire, I think they felt that, in all honesty, Worcestershire had bowled better than them.
Yeah, Worcestershire definitely felt on that match, felt like they were on top, certainly in that game. And then Warwickshire just thought, looked a bit rusty. And then the next game, when Durham came down here, Durham looked like they were at where Warwickshire had been at the week before, because they hadn't played in the first round at all because of the wet weather.
Pennington bowls, and that's turned around as pads by Jamal. It's a nice shot, it's just one. Moves on to 6, 286 for 7. Just under 10 minutes away from lunch. So substitute fielder is wearing a big, thick, padded coat. He's coming out with a drink for Burgess. He's to come to collect Burgess's sweater, but he's not taking any chances. Well wrapped up.
Well, that's sensible in my book.
I'm not sure who that is, whoever it is. I mean, is it really that cold today?
Yes. So in fact, I'll bring this up on Twitter because someone sent some tweets to me yesterday. Ollie Stone bowls to Jamal, and he just a bit edgy. It sort of squirts off the outside part of the bat into the covers, a bit uppish, but he's safe. But no run. Now, yes, I was contacted, so I know people have been saying, yeah, she's talking about it. Here it is. Here it is. Newbold1 at Newbold1 on Twitter tweeted at me to say, so few people seem to know that testosterone is a protection against feeling the cold. Here's Stone. It's just played down to wide mid-on, and there's a chance of a run out because Burgess had started off down the pitch, had to turn quickly and sprawl. He's still face down in the grass at the moment. Shy at the stump, just missing, so it's a little bit of danger there. Yes, so men generally feel the cold less than women do. Many workplace temperatures are set to be comfortable for men, not women.
Quite right.
So there you go. I have heard that before. Usually women need things to be 5 degrees warmer than men do to feel comfortable.
Just to say, sorry, you need one more wicket to win it, and Mohammed Abbas is batting, so I'm not going to predict it's going to take too long. With the greatest respect to him. Hampshire 189 for 9, still 19 runs behind.
Jamal waits. Stone is in, bowls, and that one has got a nice line there, but is able to leave on length, Jamal, so it goes straight through.
That sounds a bit harsh for Mohammed Abbas. He was actually last batter in when Warwickshire had that amazing win with Liam Norwell taking all those wickets when they bowled Hampshire out for next to nothing to stay up against all the odds. Abbas was the last batter to walk in, and you thought, do have a chance here.
Stone rubs the ball on his trouser leg, turns, starts his run up. He's in, bowls, and it's just got a bit of bat and pad there. You can hear the shout, but it was not a very convincing one. But Stone continuing to cause some problems. He's probably, fair to say, unlucky just to have one wicket. Yeah. Stone.
This morning's session.
He's beaten the bat many times, come ever so close to drawing the edge. That's what he's looking for again now. He's in, bowls. Played that one late and with control, just down to backward point. Jamal?
Well, it'll be exciting for Notts if Ollie Stone can stay fit now. It'll be a while before he can get back into the England setup, I would have thought. So they could have a decent run with him if he can stay fit.
Well, if they have all of their bowlers fit and on the park, then you would have to say it is one impressive bowling attack. I think it would trouble any side if they're all on and firing. Here's Stone. This one's just flicked down to deep square leg. And Jamal will stroll through for a single to finish that over, so he'll retain the strike. Warwickshire 287 for 7 with Jamal on 6, Burgess on 12. Probably just going to get one more over in before lunch.
Well, it's fairly slow going for Warwickshire at the moment. They get some good bowling. We are getting a change of bowling now. Dylan Pennington is coming off. And is going to be replaced by Lyndon James, who's yet to take a wicket in the game. Just inching their way towards that 300. Let's have a look at it again. I think, can we get to 350? But right now, 7 wickets down. So we'll make sure they get that second batting point. 3 slips in place. In comes James. Right arm over. Jamal leans back and plays a nice shot through the covers. See, for me, giving chase, and even this outfield, that ball's travelling pretty quickly. He does reel it in eventually after a dive. And a well-timed shot from Jamal has earned him 3 runs. He moves on to 9, 290 for 7.
On the first 2 days, that would definitely have been 4, I think.
Yeah.
But it was, having said that, it was excellent work by Hamid in the outfield. Just managed to dive and flick it in before he went over the rope.
The slow outfield does have a cost for the fielders. It does mean they have to sprint and chase everything, because everything's got a chance. James comes into Burgess, drives that, doesn't quite know where it's gone. It's going down towards third. It will be cut off. He'll just get 1. 291 for 7.
He's only bowled 7. This is his 8th over.
James, yeah.
So he hasn't bowled as much as the others because they've got that such a strong 3-pronged pace attack. But he's been handy when he's come in.
In now to bowl to Jamal. 2 slips on the gully in place. Jamal drives that. It'll be cut off at mid-off by Ollie Stone. And it's a dot ball. To go, and we'll be at lunch.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire would like to have gone in with that 300 safely tucked away, but might not have enough time to get there.
James bowls. Jamal leaves, that one's quite wide. Jamal isn't tempted. There's no run. The over rate for Notts is level, so they don't have a problem there. That's something we'll have to keep an eye on as we get close to the end of the Warwickshire innings. I'm not sure what Warwickshire's over rate was at the end of the innings. That might dictate whether they need to get an over or two back. Might need to get Notts in before the close. James bowls, and that's off a bit of an inside edge down to back of square leg for a single to Jamal, who's on to 10. Time that pats the bowler on the back. Bad looks on. 292 for 7. He's back. Of course, if Burgess is next out, then we'll be batted alongside his Pakistan test player, Asinali, next. Now that's come off the pads of Burgess. I think this will be a leg by. Umpire is poised to signal such. And that is the end of the session with Warwickshire. 293 for 7. So just quickly, the wickets to fall this morning, there have been 2 wickets. Warwickshire starting 173, I think it was, for 5. Needed to get to 251 to avoid the follow-on, which they had done before they lost their first wicket of the morning. Danny Briggs holding out. Shortly after they passed that landmark, he went for 37 off Calvin Harrison. And then Jacob Bethell, approaching what would have been his maiden first-class century, came up against a particularly good spell of bowling from Ollie Stone and was caught behind by Joe Clark for 93 off 163 balls. He hit 15 fours. And the not-out batters, Michael Burgess on 13, Ahmed Jamal on 10. The wickets takers today, Ollie Stone 1 for 62. And Calvin Harrison 1 for 41 yesterday. Dylan Pennington got 3 and Dane Patterson got 2. So there we are. I'm going to do a little update in about 1 minute and 16 seconds time. And then we'll take a little break and we will be back after lunch. The game almost certainly over in terms of a win or lose contest. Still bonus points to play for though. Warwickshire 293 for 7. After 90 overs they trail by 107.
You gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light.
in the green.
I had never even contemplated that. Yeah, that would have been difficult.
James bowls on the pads, and it's going to be another leg by down to the long leg.
Yeah, it's not just the boundaries. These two just suddenly look very busy running between the wicket. They're keen to grab the singles where they can, looking for the extra run where they can.
Well, there was 8 from that over, and you know, before the over, it's 70 from 13, and but you know, they only need to go along at that sort of rate. Well, exactly that rate, and they're there, aren't they? Bowling change. Ollie Stone is coming back on, so fair play to him and to Asiba Mead and to Nottinghamshire. They've not wrapped the 2 quicks up in cotton wool and just saving them for the next match, which of course is the week after next. Not to get a bye next week, week off, but they are looking for wickets here. They're looking to end this quickly, and they've got Ollie Stone back on.
Yeah, that's it really. It's like, okay, enough's enough. We're sick of these two having things their own way a bit more.
We're back on, apparently. People can hear us again on the live stream, on the pictures, so you've not missed any wickets. You'll have seen, those of you watching the pictures, you'll have seen the score move on to 338 for 7.
Here's Stone to Jamal, and first ball's just got the inside edge. He's got a few of those. They take a single as the ball runs down to fine leg. But there's been a couple that have squirted off the inside edge of his bat, but always missing.
Might help Notts a little bit if they just try and go through the gears a little bit, try and score at a quicker rate, and maybe take a risk.
Burgess now on strike. He's been overtaken a little bit by the aggression of Jamal, but he has played his shots as well. He's on strike now. Stone over the wicket. He plays that shot. That's a lovely drive, square drive. It ends up behind square leg, but they'll just run through for the single because there's protection in the deep backward square leg.
Thanks to engineer Phil, who went and sorted it all out. Put the right plug in the right hole, and hopefully you can all hear us again. Missed some of Mel's best work there.
I think that's an insult. Jamal waits as Stone is in. Oh, it's short, and he's just pulled that one around the corner. It is fielded in the deep long leg, so they will get another single. They're just going every single ball trying to score, but Stone, of course, not easy. That was a bit of a tempter, I think.
40 years ago today, Lionel Richie hit #1 in the UK charts with Hello. Do you remember that? Do you know that? Familiar with Lionel Richie's works?
Yes, here comes Stone, and that ball's just pressed out towards mid-on by Burgess. Yeah, I actually had a list. There was a list in Australia someone had put on Twitter of songs that charted in 1977 in Australia, where people were picking their 3, 2, 1. And I didn't realise how many songs I knew from 1977. It was a great year for music.
Well, all the Sex Pistols, of course.
Wow, Fleetwood Mac, because it was the Rumours year, and yes.
It was Grease as well, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think so,
oh,
yeah.
Classic Olivia Newton-John.
Oh.
Ollie Stone has just run all the way in, and then he's just pulled up. But was he saying something about where the non-striker was standing?
I don't know. It's a strange old time for music, because there was the advent of punk. There was all the disco, Donna Summer, and
yeah, it was a real mixture of punk, disco, and pop or rock.
Was that the year Boney M had all their
hits? Yeah, Boney M. There are a couple of them on the list. Here comes Stone. That one is whipped away through mid-wicket by Burgess, but sweeper is down there, so we'll keep it to 2 runs. Takes the score to 343 for 7, closing in on that batting bonus point. Burgess has moved on to 33. Good partnership, this. Just it's a little bit annoying that it's coming at this phase of the game. Or that there's so little time left to see what it could become. Here comes Stone to Burgess. who just carves that one out towards the covers. There's a wayward shy at the stumps, but they managed to get through comfortably for a single to finish the over. So 344 for 7, 6 runs away from the batting bonus point that they're chasing, and Jamal on 38, Burgess on 34.
We've got 99 overs in the innings, so 11 overs. Warwickshire have very much got a realistic chance here of getting the 56 runs for a 4th batting bonus point. Nottinghamshire desperate to break this partnership.
Have a dip. Go on, Warwickshire. Have a dip. I dare you. I double dare you. Go on. Just purely for our entertainment.
Well, there's no need really, have they? They're just playing very nicely indeed. I mean, you look at the scorecard for Warwickshire, right back to obviously the first evening, or rather Saturday morning, the second morning. Alex Davis out for 0 and Will Rhodes for 9, but everybody else in double figures. Rob Yates 16, Ed Barnard 69, Dan Mosley 30. They were the 5 out as we went into today. Danny Briggs made 37, Jacob Bethell 93, and this pair 34 not out and 38 not out. As Lyndon James bowls to Burgess, eases it into the offside. So again, like with the Nottinghamshire innings, there's a great deal to be said for once you're in and try and make the most of it. Last wicket went down, Jacob Bethell 276 for 7, so they've added 68 since then.
It's quite different to Nottingham's batting card. They had obviously that double century from Ducket, but I think only 2 or 3 other players got into double figures.
James bowls, this is dropped on the leg side. Out to Slate. No, it's Jack Haynes out there.
But that double century for Ducket really was magnificent to watch. Kept it all together, and he did get some good support at times as well. A couple of half centuries in amongst that scorecard as well.
I'm just wondering if he gets another go today, if not to get these 3 wickets, how he'll approach a second innings out there as James bowls, and this is a one-handed heave into the offside by Jamal as he looked, I think, initially to hit it down the ground and to go big. He took the top hand off the bat and ended up just playing one-handed out into the covers. That is Slater away to our left, and they come back for 2, 347 for 7, so that 3rd point is now just 3 runs away. But if you're going to send Ben Ducket out there for 2 hours, I just fancy having a little bit of fun.
I'm all for that.
James in once more to Jamal. It's hit straight back and caught. That was well pouched. Self-preservation to the 4 for Lyndon James. Drilled back at him from Jamal, who's played a fine hand there, but he's gone for 40. 347 for 8. That's one of the 2 wickets that Nottinghamshire need in this little passage of play. But Jamal has done an awful lot of good there for Warwickshire. He's got them within 3 of that next batting bonus point. That was a nice little knock from him, and he's gone down playing an attacking shot, and as I said, it was self-preservation from Lyndon James. He clung on as it was drilled straight back into his midriff.
Jamal, of course, disappointed, smacked his bat into his pad, but it was a really good innings of 40 runs for Jamal, and definitely has helped them get to within touching point of that extra batting bonus point, but also I think just giving the fans of Warwickshire a little glimpse of what he's capable of with the bat. I think they'll like what they see. Really good option to have coming in down the order, Jamal. So it's going to be fun to watch him, I think, because he clearly loves playing his shots.
Yeah.
And he's replaced by his Pakistan teammate now in Hassan Ali, who is, I making a big play to be one of my favourites in the county championship.
He bowled well with the second new ball, I thought, in the Nottinghamshire
As
innings.
Purely personality, he is fun to watch. So.
Nice fella. Nice fella. Came and said hello and shook hands out at the toss on that first morning as Lyndon James bowls this steered to backward point. Didn't know me from Adam, as I say, but at least took the time and the trouble to come across and say hello and introduce himself and have a natter, which they don't all do, most of them do, but it's very nice to meet him, and I've enjoyed watching his performance, as has Mel.
He just looks like it's such a fun ball of positive energy when he's out there leaping into Oliver Hannon-Dolby's arms. Whenever he does something, there's a real bromance developing there.
James in again to bowl to the man we were talking about. He's going to get a run here. It's almost like he was initially intending to take or to leave it alone, to just drag the bat away from it, but it's almost like the ball hit bat and ran down to third man. He'll keep strike, gets a single. 348 for 8 and a first wicket in the innings for Lyndon James. You have to hang on to those, don't you? If you don't, if you don't take them off your own bowling, you can't expect anybody else to. But in that particular instance, it was hit straight back at him in his midriff, and he clung on.
Yeah, there was no getting out of the way. Did well to pouch that one.
So that's 100 overs gone. 52 runs required in 10 overs for Warwickshire if they're to get that fourth point. That would just tie it all up, wouldn't it? They'd be neck and neck with Notts.
So Stone into Hassan, bowls a juicy bouncer first up, which Hassan just ducks under. I've got 2 slips in for him. That's a nice little welcoming salvo from Oliver Stone.
There's a lot to be said for 400 all out plays 400 all out, isn't there?
Oh, that's too much symmetry. That's too much.
Like
wow. 2 runs away from the bonus batting point. Stone is in over the wicket. It's a fuller delivery and just played out into the covers by Hassan.
Elsewhere, we've already had the one result. The defending champions and now new table toppers Surrey have defeated Hampshire by an innings at the Oval. Elsewhere, Essex 488 all out at Chesterley Street. Durham in their second innings 13 without loss. There are 117 behind. I wonder if Harmer and co will put Durham under some pressure this afternoon.
Here comes Stone again. He's over the wicket. And Hassan Ali's played that shot again. He's going to get 4 runs. But it's quite an unusual shot because it does look like he's actually trying to get his bat out of the way. And in the end, it's sort of a very fancy, wristy, I don't even know what to call it. But it's gone down to the deep third boundary. And the main thing is that has brought up the bonus point. 352 for 8 now for Warwickshire, so they do claim that extra batting bonus point. That's a first job done.
Whatever it is, it's effective.
Here's Stone again. That's well wide down the left-hand side. But it's the same as you when he did it at the other end. I just thought he was trying to get his bat out of the way. Yeah.
I think Ollie Stone here can safely give Hassan Ali a few if he wants, because he's not likely to come up against him for a while, certainly.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Certainly not in this match. So we might see a little bit more short stuff. I've got 2 players out in the deep on the leg side, a backward square leg and a long leg. Here comes Stone again. He's in on the leg side. Has thudded into pad, but maybe there's a bit of bat in there. It did sound a bit woody. He was heading down the leg side anyway, you would imagine.
Some theatricals there from Ollie Stone. And now last ball of the over. The 2 fielders on the offside at backward point and at cover, both been sent out onto the rope, almost as if to say you can have a run. Well, that's exactly what they're saying. 4 on the fence for Hassan Ali.
As Stone runs in, bowls, and he just misses out on the edge there from Hassan Ali, some nice bounce on that delivery as well. So that's the end of Stone's over. 352 for 8. Warwickshire having claimed an extra batting point in that over. Hassan Ali on 5 and Burgess on 35.
What does Burgess do, Mel? Does he take command here and make sure they get up to 400, or will he be content to let Hassan Ali have as many deliveries as he wants?
Well, I just think Burgess might be as aggressive as he wants to be. I think he'll have confidence that Hassan Ali will be able to play a little bit of a part, but
Notts have gone a little defensive, haven't they? Again, they've got 4 out. Lyndon James to bowl to the Bears wicket-keeper. It's in now, and this one thuds into the pad. Didn't give you Division 2. Gloucestershire have been set to score 331 at Bristol to beat Middlesex, who've eventually declared on 449 for 7 at Grace Road. That one's heading towards a draw. Northants 453 for 7 declared. Leicestershire 292 for 4. Same story in Leeds. Yorkshire 450 for 5 declared. Derbyshire 361 for 7. All the scores on the BBC Sport website and app. James in to Burgess, just nudges it out on the onside. They're not skipper Asib Hamid doing the fielding here on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Nottingham, and to all of you watching on the live feed, the pictures provided by Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Just like to think there's a bit of jeopardy, a little bit in this. Something sensational might happen this afternoon, but I think that's that is a very optimistic viewpoint as James in again. This one's crunched into the offside. Ben Slater's out there. Fields nicely. They're coming back for 2. Slater whips it in straight over the top. Lyndon James whips off a bail. Asib Hamid thought there was something in that for Notts, but umpire Kettleborough has turned down his appeal. It's a good throw. Good work by Ben Slater. Nicely taken by James. Whipped off a bail, but also good running by the Bears pair.
I actually thought that was quite tight. Oh, it'd be good to see a replay of that. Could be wrong, but from here that looked to be quite tight. Not saying he was out, but
just wonder if that answers our question, or my question, on Michael Burgess as well. This is push square of the wicket on the offside. This time they just take a single. That's 4 balls gone in the over. He was desperate to come back for 2, wasn't he?
He certainly was. So yeah, I think it does. It's having to be a bit defensive the first couple of balls. A nice expansive shot, but so good fielding, so good cricket all round.
It's the voice of Melinda Farrell, who's been with us throughout this game. What's your next one? Do you know? Have you been assigned a match for the next few days, or the next round?
I don't actually have one next round, so first round that I haven't had one.
Next delivery. Hit into the offside and caught by Hamid, and Lyndon James has got his 2nd wicket, and that is the end of Hassan Ali. So Michael Burgess, should he have squandered possession of the strike there, he's sanded it over to Hassan Ali, and he's driven uppishly into the covers. Good catch by Asib Hamid. 355 for 9, and Nottinghamshire can celebrate their 3rd bowling bonus point.
Well, everyone gets a bonus point. Everyone's happy. Everyone's got bonus points. That is the main thing. But yeah, short and sweet in the end from Hassan Ali. Just 1 wicket remaining. Yes, no. I don't have a game next weekend, which seems very odd, because it's going to be odd for me. I was originally supposed to be going up to Scotland to do the Cricket World Cup League 2 games, that sort of round involving Scotland, Oman and Namibia. So Oliver Hannon-Dolby walks out to the middle. But those matches, because of the state of the ground at Forfarshire, which is Dundee essentially, they've taken the very unusual step of pushing those fixtures back to July, which is unfortunate for the teams that were involved, because even though it's one-day cricket, those associate nations value very much the opportunity to play any cricket heading into a T20 World Cup. So yeah, so I was originally supposed to be up there, but the following week making an appearance for a few days down at the Oval.
My word.
So that should be fun.
You'll be well fed down there, that's for sure. They look after you.
Oh, they do, yeah. It's very, very nice down.
One ball left in this over. Lyndon James to bowl to Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Guess he's just been charged with keeping this one out and then handing things over to Michael Burgess. Lyndon James with a couple of wickets. Bowls wide of the pegs. He's got figures of 2 for 61 from 14. The Bears 355 for 9.
Yes, Oliver Hannon-Dolby more than happy just to let that one go. So I think we're having another change in the commentary coming up as well. Dave's leaving me. I think Clive's coming back in. So looks like Stone is going to continue from the city end. Just one wicket remaining for.
Well, this will be either very brief or entertaining, I suspect, because I think Michael Burgess now will go for it. He knows he's got 20 minutes. Mel will do that. Do that in 20 minutes. It's a complex rota that I've.
Here's Stone. He's into Burgess and just had a little half a dabble at that one, but goes through to Clark behind the stumps.
Yes, what was I saying? So yeah, I think Burgess, he knows he's got a bat at the other end who will back himself to keep the ball out. Expect Ollie Hannon-Dolby to score a lot of runs, but he can. He sells his wicket dearly in terms of balls faced usually. So Burgess is likely to go for it. They do have to get cracking if they are to get to 400.
You thought when they had Jamal in there, he could have had a little dip. It's going to be harder now. Stone, he's in. Burgess plays that nicely down to deep third, but they decline to take the run. So we are in farming territory right now.
I was very dismissive of Dave's suggestion that Essex might try and beat Durham from sort of rear guard action. They have got a Durham wicket. Durham are 15 for 1, still 115 behind. But Worcestershire continue to be held up by Somerset. And Andrew Umead, formerly of this parish, is holding them up, suddenly 3 wickets down, Somerset.
Here's Stone again into Burgess. He plays that gently out through the covers. But again, they declined to take the single because that's all that would have been achievable there.
Could Middlesex have a go that have been set? Gloucestershire rather unlikely, 332 in I think 58 overs. They've taken an early Gloucester wicket, 2 for 1 there.
Just a little mid-pitch chat there between Hannon-Dolby and Burgess. But now Stone is running in. He's over the wicket. That has just come off the inside edge of the bat down towards deep square, and they will take the single. So perhaps that was the chat there. Hannon-Dolby saying, "I'll be all right to see out a couple."
He would be, but it is Ollie Stone. He's probably pretty well, so this will test Ollie Hannon-Dolby's durability.
Ollie to Ollie.
Indeed.
As someone who likes symmetry, I'm sure that pleases you. Clive?
Yeah.
There are a lot of Ollies in English cricket. Ollie is kind of like the Australian Mitch. That's how I see it. All sorts of Ollies. And it's 1-1 now as Stone is into Hannon-Dolby. Just raises his bat and wafts it over the top of that delivery. Not interested.
I'm sure Ollie Stone will tell himself off for that ball. That was a complete waste. And Dolby was leave that all day long.
Yeah, there's nothing to tempt him or force him to play at that one. He just has a little shadow bat and a drive there. Walking back to the crease. Setting himself up. Those long legs, long arms. 6'8" figure weights as Ollie Stone is in, and this time he has to play at it, but he does so nonchalantly, just prodding that into the offside for no runs. So 356 for 9, just a single coming off that Ollie Stone over. Hannah Dolby yet to score. Burgess on 39, very much in the mode of farming the strike at the moment. Oh, just, you know what? Dave Bracegirdle's come back in. That run-out attempt that I said I thought was very, very tight, Nigel King has sent in a screen grab. And he was at tight.
The bail's broken there, yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
The bad news is we don't have VAR or third umpires, so...
Well, I think... yeah, there you go. Did think that was tight. Very difficult for Richard Kettleborough, of course, without the benefit. That one, that tight. It looked like a close one from here.
Lyndon James then to pick up a couple of wickets late innings, bowls, and that's steered away by Burgess. Now he obviously thinks he can get 2 there, and he's right, he can, because he went for it straight away. He wouldn't have gone for a single. And he moves on to 41, 358 for 9. So Warwickshire need another 42 to get the 4th batting point. Notts, of course, are done with bonus points. They only drop 1 bonus point in the match, 4 batting points and the maximum 3 bowling points. Wrap the innings up, and then I suppose Notts just have to be a little bit careful. I always think when a game looks to be absolutely dead, you're batting 3rd as James comes in to bowl. Push on the other side, there's no run. You've got to be careful not to take your deferral eye off the ball and get yourself into suddenly lose 3 or 4 wickets at the start of the innings and give the opposition a sniff. So Notts will just have to make sure that they don't do that.
There's still a possible 51.4 overs remaining in the day if we get that far.
So next one. It's a little bit wide, and it's carved away by Burgess, and this time he doesn't take the run because it goes straight to the sweeper. I think we've got a race on between here, Leeds and Leicester for the first match to be declared as a draw today.
Oh, there's an exciting draw. Oh, the race is on.
To be the first to get the draw. Actually, both the other 2 games should be able to end at 10-5, whereas again, I'm still waiting for the Notts to decide to declare it 10-5 for a draw on Warwickshire. So no, I'll tell you what, we'll chase those. This next one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run for Burgess. 358 for 9. There is a slip in place. Problem with this from Warwickshire's point of view is they do have to get cracking, and they can't really afford just to score 1 or 2 and over while he's trying to farm the strike. What have we got? 6 overs after this. He still needs 42, so we're now getting towards 7 and over required. So he really has to hit a boundary every over now, Michael Burgess, if they are to get to the 400. And frankly, if they're not to get to the 400, then what's the point in this anyway?
Yeah, it sort of felt like that dream died a little bit with the wicket of Jamal. While he was still out there,
you might as well go for it.
yeah, exactly.
Absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah.
James comes into bowl to Burgess. Personal figures, I suppose. But Burgess does take a single off the 5th ball of the over, which means I've taken 3 off this over if Hannah Dolby blocks the last one. Quite enough. So Burgess a bit of thinking to do. I do recall one match though when Hannah Dolby was batting and Warwickshire were chasing a bonus point. And they got to 2 balls to go and needed 8. So I thought, well, that's Ollie Hunter was not. He was on strike. Obviously, he's not going to go for that. Bang, bang, 2 fours. He got them. So anyway,
I'd be appreciative of a little bit of that now. Come on, Ollie.
It's going down the leg side. It's tipped round the post by the wicket-keeper. Ollie Dolby wants to run a bye, but that would mean him having the strike at the start of the next over, and it would have been tight anyway, so he stays where he is. 359 for 9. 6 more overs to go for Warwickshire to get another 41 runs if they are to get a 4th batting point. And Ducket was off the field. He's just come back on again.
It certainly would make it exciting. I can't quite see it happening. Though at the moment, just because that's not how Burgess is playing, just farming the strike, taking a 2 if he thinks that's on offer, and then a single towards the end of the over. So unless he can start finding some boundaries, and they've got 4 out for Burgess as Stone is in. He slaps that one away, but it just goes straight to the fielder at deep backward point, so that's why they're out there.
Yeah, frustration for Burgess, needs to find the gap. Needs to hit a few boundaries.
Gaps are all out in front. So they've got 2 deep on the square and then 2 behind. Deep third and long leg. They've also, though, got the 2 slips in for him, so if he starts trying to clear the ring and the V in front of the wicket, then might be a chance. But just actually one of those slips has gone out. Now he's heading down. So now they've got 3 out on the deep on the leg side. So they've got a fine leg, sort of a long leg, and a deep square leg. Maybe. Here comes the short ball. No, it's full. It's the double bluff, and he digs that one out into the covers. They're going to take a single. So there's an awful lot of thinking and bluffing and double bluffing there. The end result is they've added 1 to the tally. There's only 2 balls bowled, and Hannon Dolby finds himself on strike.
Not sure what happened there, whether they decided they're just going to run for everything now, or whether they thought they were going to get 2 there. Put it into a gap, you might have thought there was 2 there, but nowhere near in the end. It's the slips around Ollie Hannon Dolby. I think we should say Johnny might as well play his shots now. There's no particular merit in just hanging around. We're not at that stage of the game.
2 slips and a leg slip. Stone is in, and that's a short ball, and it's impressive to get it up around the head of Oliver Hannon Dolby, because his head is about 2 stories in the air. But just in the end it went through to the keeper, as he thought for half a second about trying to pull that. And of course there's well, they've got one, he's got one down at long leg, but nothing else out in the deep or close in for Hannon Dolby. Plays and tries to drive the next one, but hands on head of Ollie Stone as it goes through to the keeper.
Yes, there's more than 1 wicket in the innings, Ollie Stone. He must fancy his chances of getting a second here.
Well, it's a great invitation, of course, when you've got a tail ender to bowl at. And almost all your fielders up in the ring, waiting for the edge. Here comes Stone, charging in, bowls, and Oliver Hannon Dolby, that ball just popped off of his bat, and he had a second dab at it to swat it away from the stumps, because it was ever so close.
He's got 1 more ball to go to survive. That was a little bit...
He did it so calmly, though, Hannon Dolby. He's just not flustered at all.
It's one of those ones he could easily just knocked it back onto the stumps, couldn't he? But,
well, he's got 1 more ball to survive, and now the fielders are going out, spreading. Here comes Stone, he's in, bowls, and there really was nothing there to tempt Hannon Dolby. That was outside the off stump, well and truly. So he leaves it, and it's the end of the over, 360 for 9, with Hannon Dolby still yet to score, but providing some entertainment. Burgess is on 43.
he's faced 8 balls for us, not Hannon Dolby. They only got 1 off that over, though, which is not really any use. It's easy sitting up here saying all this, but now need 40 off 5 overs to get to the 400. So a couple of boundaries and over again. The field will spread out for Burgess. It's been a bit unlucky, to be fair. He's hit a couple of shots crisply, but just not managed to beat the fielders on the long boundaries. Mid-on and mid-off are up.
Everyone else pretty much is out, though. Field well and truly spread.
Over the top. He's come down the pitch, looking at it over the top, but it was a good delivery from James, and he had to adjust Burgess and just play it to mid-on for no run. So that's what he might be trying to do. See if he can get one over the V. Dolby again comes down the pitch. Offers his batting knowledge. Does a bit of gardening.
Yeah, well, there's a mid-off and mid-on are up. And Stephen Mead is there at cover and one slip. Everyone else is out.
James in. Oh, he's gone for the ramp shot. And, well, he's missed it, but the slip has let it through his hands. He's actually signalled wide. James maybe saw him going for the ramp shot, bowled it wide. It went to Slick, who misfielded. They could have run a second wide, but that would have taken Burgess off strike, and they do get that ball again. So that's a little bit of a freebie run for them. 361 for 9.
An awful lot happened there for no run.
Yes, it didn't it?
It was always going for the reverse ramp. It was a little Joe Root special. Didn't quite come off.
You're trying to find ways here, Burgess. James comes to the ball, takes a little step across, and he slaps the ball in the air and is dropped. Is it in the air when it reached the fielder? Anyway, it's not taken. He hasn't taken a run. It's,
Is that Harrison?
yes, I think it's Calvin Harrison out there.
Didn't drop a catch early. That seems like a long time ago, the start of this innings. Seems like an awful long time ago, the start of this innings.
So Burgess is trying, but he's still being frustrated. James comes in to bowl to him, and he's gone for a big drive there, and that will be caught, and that is the end of the innings. Ollie Stone takes the catch, and Warwickshire are bowled out for 361. So Notts win the one innings match by 39 runs. And that's probably game over as far as the contest is concerned, unless Warwickshire get 4 or 5 very quick wickets, which is, I suppose, theoretically possible. We still have, 46 overs left in the day. So Warwickshire all out for 361. The highest score of that was Jacob Bethell with 93. That was 69 for Ed Barnard, and there at the end Michael Burgess last out for 43. Ahmed Jamal got 40, Danny Briggs 37. Magnificent not out from Ollie Hallam-Dorby. The wicket there for Lyndon James, who finished in the M3 for 65. Actually finished with the best bowling figures of the innings. Pennington 3 for 74, Madison 2 for 86, Stone 1 for 74, he deserved better than that, and Harrison 1 for 41. Ben Slater got 3 overs for 7 runs. So there we are. We'll take a very short break, and we'll be back in just under 10 minutes time for the Nottinghamshire innings as we head towards the closing stages of this game. But Nottinghamshire all out 400, Warwickshire all out 361. Well, welcome back to Edgbaston, where umpires are walking out to the middle. We've got scoreboard's telling us we've got 47 overs left in theory. With Nottinghamshire starting the second, is 31 ahead. I guess it's just they've got to make sure they don't do anything silly here. Notts now. It being looking like a dead game, you can lose concentration a bit and end up getting yourself into trouble, but it should be a formality for Nottinghamshire to take this game safely to the draw. And out comes Ben Ducket and Hasib Hamid. Taking the batter so brilliantly in the first innings. Phil Britt joining us.
Well,
It's not exactly on a knife edge, to be fair.
No. Just trying to think what the tactic will be. It'd be quite good if we could see Ben Ducket really open up and use this time. But, yeah, it's kind of difficult to see where this is going to go, really, other than shake hands in about 2 hours' time.
So it's only a very unlikely scenario that Notts lose lots of quick wickets at the start, but it would be a surprise. It's a chance for Ollie Handor. He's got 11 wickets so far this season, so at the moment he's not quite on course to match the 50 wickets of last season. If my mathematics doesn't let me down, this is the 4th match, so after this game we're sort of 3.5 into the season. You multiply the wickets taken at the end of this match by 3, and then you've got 2 games left. At the moment he's on 11, so that would take him to 33 with 2 games to go. Can he add to that in the second innings?
So Oliver Handolby will bowl the first ball from the Birmingham end. He's on his way in to Mead, who is forward, running away to backward point. There's no run. Barnard does the fielding at point. So there's 3 slips. There's a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And Warwickshire, that slight deficit of 39 on first innings. So they did, I think, they did extremely well to recover and to get up to getting 3 batting points at 175 for 5. Got some work to do this morning, which they did with Bethell and Briggs. Here's Handolby, Ian Hamid cuts away, and that's going to be the first boundary of the second innings. It races away through cover point down to the Hollies stand. Hits the rope and bounces up and smack into the fence.
Well, Hamid will obviously want runs. Hamid, the best start of the season in terms of runs, but he's a bit of a not much to gain innings here. However, if he can get a few runs under his belt, will do him no harm.
Floodlights are on. The light's not brilliant. We've managed to get through the day so far as Handolby comes in to Hamid again, who's lunging forward and running the ball back to the bowler. There's no run. A few people have stayed on. It is a few people. It's the crowd really today looking down to the Birmingham end. Pretty sparse, well wrapped up in this strong crosswind, which has been quite chilly throughout the day. A couple of people I was talking to as I walked around at lunchtime, they were huddled in the corners and getting some sort of windbreak, and they said it wasn't too bad if you could get out of the wind, but otherwise it was really cold. Handolby in bowls, and he defends again. Handolby takes off his own bowling.
I should imagine Warwickshire will want to get Amir Jamal a few more overs.
Yeah, he didn't get overbowled in the first innings. It was just 10, I think he bowled, didn't he? But then he virtually come off the play in the day before, I think, and was straight into the Warwickshire attack. And the conditions totally unlike anything I would imagine he's ever played in before. This one is turning Hamid round a bit. He goes to lunge towards playing it into the onside, and it spins away out to Briggs out in the covers. Outside leading edge. Perfectly safely, forward without loss. It's not going to be a fat lot warmer today for him, Clive.
No.
It's going to be a while yet. How long have Warwickshire got him? Do you know how long he's
They got him initially until the end of the group stages of the T20.
Okay, so
the plan is he will play in that as well.
Down the dolly, Ian bowls. Hamid defends. It's the end of the first over of Nottinghamshire's second innings. They are 4 without loss. Their lead has been extended to 43, having bowled Warwickshire out for 361 about 15 minutes ago. And here we are, just starting on the final afternoon of the 4th day. We are just starting the second innings for Nottinghamshire.
Well, it still looks like draws pretty much everywhere apart from at the Oval, where Surrey have already beaten Hampshire. Essex haven't made any more inroads against Durham, who were 25 for 1, 105 behind. And Worcestershire haven't made any more inroads against Somerset, who are 108 for 3. They only trail by 34 now, behind Worcestershire's first innings total. And no further success of Middlesex either. It took an early wicket, but Gloucestershire 34 for 1. In theory, needing another 297 to win. So they're playing for a draw, and we're way away from a result in the other 2 games. Leicestershire 320 for 6, so 133 behind Northampton, still in the first innings there. So we've seen Hassan Ali bowl round the wicket, and the first ball from Ducket is played into the offside for no run. And at Headingley, Yorkshire have almost got Derbyshire all out, but surely too late to win the game. The Derbyshire 441 for 9. They are beyond the bonus point stage there as well. Derbyshire trail by 9 runs, so could well be this round of matches we only get 1 result. So 2 possibles, but no likelies. Hassan Ali bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket by Ducket, who continues to accumulate runs in this match. He will get 3 there as they turn around to chase it. He has to sprint for the 3rd. It's a well-run 3. And Nottinghamshire 7 without loss. So played 4, drawn 4 for Warwickshire. Was it 2004? They won the county championship. Yep. People still moan about it now because they only won 5 games, but they got more points than everyone else.
Nick
so.
Knight's team bored people to death to get to the title.
Bored people outside Warwickshire to death because they all moan about it. But
yeah, I think there were 1 or 2 in Warwickshire weren't overly impressed. Although even despite winning the title, they didn't think that was the right way to do it. However,
the right thing to do is get more points than everyone else.
Well, I'm not arguing for or against Clive. You're right. You're picking on the wrong person.
Hassan Ali comes in, right arm over the bowl. That's left. I mean, it is the consequence of having 8 points. It wasn't 8 points for a draw in those days. It is 8 points for a draw now, which does increase the possibility that a team could win the title without many wins. But having said that, I suppose, although I'm not in favour of 8 points for a draw, I suppose with all the weather we've had around, it has at least ensured that teams haven't been too heavily punished for being unlucky to have bad weather. Hassan Ali to Hamid. That's a very wide delivery. That might even be called on. I was thinking about it. Yeah, he's going to call that a wide.
I think the difference as well this year, and has been for the last couple of years, you've got one very outstanding side who are going to win games. And Surrey are already proving that this year. But a very useful all-round side.
Do an update shortly. And it's Hassan Ali who turns to bowl. Hasib Hamid. Here comes the update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where this match is going through its final phases. with a certain draw now. Warwickshire have been bowled out for 361, so they got to 3 batting points, couldn't quite make it to 4. Jacob Bethell scoring 93, and some cameos at the end. Amir Jamal on his Warwickshire debut, the Pakistan Test player, scored 40, and 43 from Michael Burgess. That left them 39 behind on first innings. Notts have started their second innings, and unless Notts suffer a very surprising collapse, then the game will surely meander to a draw. Notts are 8 without loss in their second innings. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
I think Hassan Ali there just got away with another very wide delivery outside the off stump. This time Pollard said no, he was fine. But, there's been a couple this over which have flown just almost unreachable for Hamid.
Hassan Ali bowls a good accurate delivery, defended by Hamid into the offside. No run, 8 without loss. Notts, no alarms for them. Just see this game through to its conclusion. Sure, probably be in a position where they could declare it 10-5 without any risk. We can shake hands then.
Yeah, it's always one of those things. You've got to get enough runs to make it uncatchable, haven't you? Just in case.
I've been saying for a long time, there's going to be a captain at some stage who's going to lure the opposition into a declaration and then go for the runs. But, anyway.
Oh well, it's the lead has moved on to 47 as Hannon Dolby starts his second over to the left-handed Ben Ducket. 2 slips and the gully backward point all waiting. In bowls, Ducket turns that away through mid-wicket nicely, running away down towards the Hollis stand. It will beat the fielder, the adjacent fielder, Briggs, who was after it, and Ducket gets a boundary. It takes Nottinghamshire on to 12 without loss. That was nicely timed. The lead goes on to 51.
I keep saying that, but we've not lost as much play. If we still had a day left after today, this match would still be very nicely poised, wouldn't it?
Yep, yep. Yes, it's difficult on these wickets to take that amount of time out and still force a result. As Hannon Dolby's in, and Ducket is really solidly playing that one back up. He does look in terrific touch, Ducket. The first innings, I thought, the innings of his, which he completed the double century on Saturday morning, was a superb effort. He's really did look like the absolute part. He reckoned that was his best, one of his best ever county championship innings, didn't he?
I know that, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I think when he was interviewed afterwards, he put it down as being one of the best he'd ever had. Hannon Dolby in, Ducket defends it. Not obviously just from the score, but in the way it was compiled and the way he felt at the crease.
Well, I mean, I know it doesn't work like this, but if you take his runs out of Notts' first innings, they're actually a spot of bother. A couple of other half-decent contributions, but I think 8 batters got out for single figures.
Yeah, there was Haynes and
so
Slater's
seven
got
got
half
single
centuries,
figures,
didn't they?
yeah.
Round the wicket bowls. Ducket is wrapped on the pad. He's out, LBW, and Dolby has struck. So, having talked Ducket up like
I was
that.
going to say, it's just never looked right, has he?
He's out, LBW. So Ducket goes for 7. Warwickshire get an early wicket. Oliver Hannon Dolby, his 6th of the match, which on his, was it his 200th appearance? For
It is 200th first team appearance, yeah. I don't know whether Ducket is deliberately making a point about how high that's hit him, but he's going off as if that's hurt him above the pads there. He's sort of not rubbing it, but he's half limping and looking down at where that's probably given him a big bruise around the pads. But well, he's not the tallest, I suppose. I just thought Tim Ambrose used to suffer from that. He used to be given out.
Yeah.
Because people assumed that because he wasn't the tallest, that even if it hit him high on the leg, it was still out. So we are 12 for 1. No reason for not to be alarmed yet. But if Holly Handover were now to take a hat trick, then I suppose he might start worrying very slightly. But it's another wicket for Ollie Handover, who now has overtaken Rob Yates now to be Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season. That's his 12th.
So it's 12 in 4. So yeah, as you say,
Well, it's exactly 3 a game, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
it's
3 times 14. So he's not that far short of 50, but not quite on course for that at the moment. I dare say he'll be hopeful of getting more helpful pitches later in the season.
He's going to have to carry the brunt because there's no Chris Rushworth. Did I hear he's going to be out for about a month? He
I think so. Yeah, Liam
Norwell
Norwell was 6 weeks a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Yeah. They were both sort of, I picked up somewhere they were both going to be about a month from now. Alan Dolby to continue to the new batsman, Ben Slater, who's another left-hander. He's into him and bowls, and Slater is forward, running this way into the offside, where Davis does some pretty poor footwork.
Norwell was here actually, bringing the drinks on earlier, I noticed.
Well, he was running around the field in the last game.
Yeah.
You were here for that.
I asked Mark Robson about that. He says, well, yes, he can run. The injury doesn't stop him running, it just stops him bowling.
Okay, he was doing a terrific amount of sprinting and running around on the AstroTurf around the outside, which they use for like a running track. Here's Alan Dolby. Ian Slater is edging that one down to the ground. Very well taken by Bethell, diving down to his right on the bounce, but sadly from Warwickshire's point of view it was bounced into his hands rather than carrying, and from Nottinghamshire's point of view a little relief that wasn't a second wicket. Good over from Hannah Dolby. Nottinghamshire are 12 for 1 after 3 overs. They lead by 51.
So that's an alley. Derbyshire finally been bowled out. That would have been an exciting one in his game as well. All out for 447, giving Yorkshire first innings lead of 3. Hassan Ali bowls to Hamid, who carves that away. Nice shot through the offside. That races away for 4. Well timed by Hasib Hamid. His second boundary. He's on to 8, 16 for 1. Still no further success for Essex or Worcestershire, so where there were possibilities for results, it doesn't look at the moment as if it's going to happen. Nothing for Middlesex either since their early wicket.
There haven't been too many positive results around the championship so far this season.
As Hassan Ali comes into bowl, and that's pushed out the offside, there's no run. Well, if the remaining matches do all end in a draw, which looks quite likely, we'll have had 7 out of 34 positive results. That does include 2 matches which were abandoned without a ball being bowled. Second division in particular has had just 2 positive results from what will be, I think, 15 matches after this round.
Is that 5 in Division 1, 2 in Division 2?
Yeah.
That's 2 to Surrey, 2 to Essex and 1 to Durham, I think, was the other one.
She's moving behind Hassan Ali. Well to delay the game today. There's not that many people in. He comes into bowl, and that's played onto the onside by Hamid. No run.
Warwickshire have got both of those over the next few weeks.
Earlier, both away.
Yeah.
The Oval and Chelmsford are back-to-back away games. So those will be good tests for them.
Yep.
They're pretty confident with their batting going to those games. Whether their bowlers are looking dangerous enough, I suppose that's the question. Hassan Ali comes in the ball. That's a bit of a bottom edge. I've gone through for a quick single there. It's a good call. It's Ben Slater that made the call, but they get there. And 1 more run, 17 for 1.
I think they'll be hoping that both Hassan Ali and Amar Jamal get some warmer weather, more conditions they're used to bowling in, that they don't continue having to bowl in almost sub-zero temperatures.
Yeah. Hassan Ali's just adjusting the field. He's putting a 4 slip in. He's going for it here, Hassan Ali. So a 4 slip on a little bit of, call it a 4 slip. It's close to being a gully. 3 slips, a little bit of a gap, and then another one, and that's played round the pads of Slater for his first run of the innings, and not Still looking comfortable enough, notwithstanding the loss of Ben Ducket there, 18 for 1.
Warwickshire are still an over behind on the over rate, so they want to keep just an eye on that. The time left, they don't want to finish the day in negative.
Hassan bowls, that's left by Hamid for no run. And it's 18 for 1, 4 overs bowled. We have, in theory, a minimum of 43 overs still available today in this match. The lead is now 57 for Nottinghamshire.
Oliver Hannon Dolby will continue from that Birmingham end. So, it's nuts. Ben Slater is waiting there. So he's behind that one, drops it down in front of him. And Dolby comes hopping over from one side of the wicket to the other to go and collect it. There's no run. Cricket here is the only cricket for senior cricket is the 2 internationals, T20s here in May, where England ladies play in Pakistan, and then the men play 2 weeks later. 2 T20 internationals. This one outside the off stump, and there's no run. Can still get to the ladies T20 international, but there are tickets all gone for the men's. That's been sold out for some time.
18 for 1. Knots and 4 slips in place for Ryan Dolby. Watch your trying. Needs something pretty remarkable.
Here's again in Boston Parkettle. Ian and Bowles. Slater defending that out into the offside. And there's no run. Well, I think a lot of the crowd were hoping for a little cameo this afternoon from Ben Ducket. See some more of the stroke play, but not to be today. Just kind of feel that Nottinghamshire want to just make sure they don't give away 2 or 3 silly wickets and then suddenly find pressure's being put on them, although it's going to have to be even then still plenty of get out time. Dolby in, and this is run away into the offside for the single. Barnard does the fielding. Slater moves on to 2, 19 for 1, end of another over. No, it's not, it's the field's changing around for the right hand.
Take tea at 3:40, don't we?
Yes, on the final day.
Well, in that case, just a little stint, Dave, before tea. You might as well come in here for the last 25 minutes before tea. You don't have to rush up to any museums or anything,
No,
do
we're
you?
not opening in the tea time today. No, we've finished for the game. Hannon Dolby continues. He's into the right hand Mead, who turns that away nicely through square leg. That may well make the boundary. It's being chased round by Jamal, but he can't get to it, and that was nicely timed off his legs by the Nottinghamshire captain. Just drifted down leg stump, and he turned it away with nice sweet timing, and it ran away mainly across the cut square, and kept the pace going. And it takes Nottinghamshire on to 23 for 1, and the lead moves on to 62. Good afternoon, Dave.
Hey ho. Again.
Don't think Ben Ducket seemed very happy with the decision there for the LBW, but I wasn't watching the replay, so I couldn't see. And Dolby in. This is going to be more runs for Hamid, turning it down to long leg. Jamal comes racing in, and they settle this time for the single. So he goes on to 14, and the total on to 24 for 1. We've had 5 overs.
Yeah, we've not got a monitor in here. Outlaw Chris thought it might have been going over the top, and Nigel's calling for VAR. Dr. John says Very much enjoyed the coverage this week, thank you. Good game, good to hear it's the day of Rainbow's favourite creation, Zippy, says Dr. John, because it's the day of the zip. And he's in a band, Dr. John. He says the only Lionel Richie song we do is Dancing on the Ceiling, as Hassan Ali's in, bowls this wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Whenever we play that, it's good to see the women take to the floor to replace the grumpy old men at the bar. Thank you, Dr. John. All the best with that. 40 years ago today, Lionel Richie's Hello was number 1.
Goodness me.
I don't know how that came about, but there we are. Alex Davis, the Bears captain, at mid-off. Just having a chat to Hassan Ali as he hands him the ball. In comes the Pakistani pace ace again, bowls to Hamid, who nudges it out into the offside. Nottinghamshire 39 in front then on first innings, add 25 to that and you've got your lead. What's that, 64-ish?
64, yep. And then moving up nicely towards the point, Dave, where they'll have plenty by 10 to 5 to be able to declare without any fear that Warwickshire won't turn around and say, no, we want to go.
It's happened once or twice in history, hasn't it, I think? Oh, I see Hassan Ali, sorry, is roaring in, and Ben Slater just backed away. Felt there was a bit of chat out there.
Chat at the back, I think, behind him.
I think once or twice there's been miscommunications in cricket history in years gone by, where one team thought they were declaring to end the game and the other one 10 minutes later has come out with the pads on, thinking they'd been set a run chase. Ali past umpire Pollard down the leg side and nicely taken by Michael Burgess.
It's a bit difficult when the side who thought they declared and the game was going to be are actually already putting their kit in the coach or in the car to go home.
I've had that in club matches with independent umpires, when you've had a rain delay and one side has actually got showered and got dressed, and then it's dried up and the umpire, well, we haven't called it off, and we'll start again in half an hour. A nice bit of time in this by Slater across the used wickets and practice wickets, away to our left and away for 4. It was a nice shot of authority from Ben Slater, and moves on to 6, 29 for 1 here on a cloudy afternoon in the second city.
You can see on the used wickets where the first 2 championship games against Worcestershire and Durham took place, these 2 immediately to the right.
There was a short boundary for those, wasn't there?
It was quite short. And the Hollies boundary was in roughly where backward square is at the moment. It was that far in. It was a long way in.
Ali in his 3rd over, none for 15. Again, he's fired it down the leg side of the left-handed Slater. Offsider a little bit redundant at the moment. Those 5 fielders, not quite got his line right. In fact, he's going to go round the wicket now just to see if that'll improve his radar.
I think he could have still been playing on either of those wickets now. Then they'd have got a result.
Well, this one's a bit like it as well, isn't it? Generally is here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless you've got a mercurial wizard like Jeetan Patel, who for many years was able to conjure up a little bit of magic and get a few wins for Warwickshire, as again Slater leaves it alone, but this one outside the off stump.
I think in his absence you begin to realise in the modern game just how influential he was in terms of helping Warwickshire, you know, to the success they had, because you used to be able to bat big and then get Jeetan just to work his way through. And it wasn't every game, obviously, but you know, the number of times he was able to do it, and or keep one in going and gradually almost wear the opposition down and pick up his wickets. But yes, and it's almost impossible to find somebody to replace a player like that. But Warwickshire were very lucky that for an overseas player, that they had him the whole season for so many years that you know, rarely did he have to go back. Hannah Dolby continuing as the sun comes out. We haven't said that very often this match, and this one is just played back by Hamid, and Dolby fields off his own body. Just a hint of a bit of sunshine out there.
Yeah.
I think it's been the best day, this one we've had. Mind you, the first day wasn't too bad, was it? Just the last 5 or 6 overs where the light went.
Yeah, full day we got in.
But the weekend was pretty miserable.
We only had 34 overs on Saturday and 35 yesterday, so 120 overs lost.
Dobby in bowls. This is beating Hamid. It hurried him. It sort of snatched the bat out of the way and then looked back just to make sure he hadn't brushed anything and where it was going. And dipped down just in front of Burgess. It was a good delivery from Hannon Dolby. 29 for 1 it remains.
Just the one score, or one result rather, in the current round of matches. Surrey defeating Hampshire by an innings. Seemingly most of the others limping towards the inevitable handshake.
And Dolby comes in, bowls. Rap on the pad. There's a big shout from behind the wickets. Hannon Dolby not convinced and joined the appeal late. But like Edward not at all interested. But, he's given his one. And I'm going to get that one.
In fact, just looking down the cards, I can't see really any way in which a result can be forced in any of the other games unless Somerset, who've batted resolutely all day today, just have a sudden collapse. They trail Worcestershire by 17 with 7 wickets left.
Bowls, Mead defends, back down the wicket. Again, there's no run. Yeah, it looked like that game was going to go. They were going to perhaps force a result. They were, what, 3 down overnight? Or
Yeah,
something like that?
and they're still 3 down.
Better throughout the day. So Surrey's win puts them in good position, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was saying to Clive, when Clive was on just that, Surrey is such an outstanding side. Difficult to look beyond them, really, isn't it? This one is played away with force, and you brilliantly stopped an extra cover. Why don't you go down to Danny Briggs, who did the fielding, and go around him to pat him and clap him and go and get the ball from him.
Well, he stayed down on the ground, didn't he, holding the pose, and Hassan Ali came rushing in, and he threw himself to the ground.
It was almost like one of those where the footballers throw themselves down after a goal. It was a good piece of fielding by Briggs, so that was hit strongly by Hamid out into the extra cover area. And Dolby in again, bowls, and this one is hit but straight to Briggs this time. No, doesn't have to do anything at all other than just bend down and pick up. End of another over, 7 overs gone, it's 29 for 1. Hamid is on 15, Slater is on 6, and the one man out was Ben Ducket, who was out for 7.
Yes, damaging his match average quite considerably. Of course, he was 218 in the first innings, and had he not batted again, that would have been a decent match average. Because just had 7 to that, pretty much halves it. Going to be Hassan Ali, who seems to be a real fun character to continue. 3 overs, none for 15 for him so far. Not quite got his radar right to the left-handed Slater, who's on strike now, and he comes round the wicket, bowls, and Ben Slater just blocks this out to point, and there's no run.
He came up here whilst we were on air for the Durham game, and had a chat. I think he chatted to Mel, and what a nice guy he is. He really, keen, and quite often, not mentioning any names, but you get the players come over as and they're sort of almost like, well, we'll do our 6 games and go, but he's really up for it.
This next one is worked to mid-wicket.
He really felt he wanted to come back and play for Warwickshire, and when you get that attitude, it really does make a difference.
Makes a difference. As you say, this is his second spell, isn't it? Once you come back, you're reunited, you're reacquainted with people you met from the first time round. Everything's more familiar. The places that you perhaps went to have a meal and enjoyed socialising in the evening, you'd go back and revisit. And I'm sure there's a lot of people here that follow Pakistan cricket that I've really enjoyed getting to know him, and a lot of warmth been thrown in his direction as he bowls to Slater now and he defends, and I guess it's a good sign for him and for Warwickshire that he's no doubt been deeply instrumental in getting Amar Jamal here as well. It's a good friend for him to have around, but it's good for Warwickshire as well. Another high-profile player, adored in his millions by people in his homeland, and those over here that follow Pakistan cricket, I'm sure will come along in their numbers to watch them both play. Hassan Ali again, round the wicket, bowls. Slater pulls this one away on the leg side. He's dismissed that one away for 4 runs. He's got himself in a little bit of trouble playing that shot once or twice at Taunton last week. I'm afraid that one went straight up in the air, but on this occasion, solidly out of the middle for 4.
Picked that one up really quickly, and he got in position, pulled it away beautifully. And, nobody down there anywhere near that. And down at long leg had to just go round and fetch it from the ground equipment down there. A couple of carts and a little. It's a bit like a golf camp type thing, isn't it?
33 for 1. Hassan Ali in again to Slater, just nudges this to mid-wicket. As he went to play that one, Slater, he lifted it up and away, but big boundaries. It was only a 4. There's only been the 1-6 in this game, and that was by Ben Ducket just after he'd reached his double 100 on Saturday morning. He hooked Anand Dolby down fine, down to long leg for 6. That's the only time the ropes have been cleared. Quite big boundaries in force for this one.
Yeah, as opposed to the last one. It was when you sat down there, you felt like you were actually playing. You so close to the action, you went with the captain to tell you to move something.
This ball again on the pads and turned to mid-wicket, fielded by Jamal. There's no run, and I guess there would still have been people in the Hollies stand who were literally the proverbial mile away from the action.
Well, our gentleman in the back row who's there today was there in the back row when they were playing on about as far away from the cricket as you can possibly, from the stand as you can possibly get. He gets here early in case somebody else has the seat.
It's nice to have a bit of peace and quiet in your life, isn't it? And he's certainly got that today.
Well, the Hollies stand, as I look at it now, has got 7 people in it. Anand Dolby starts a new over. He's in and bowls. I mean, punches this up to hit off, and there's no run.
Compare and contrast that of it today, and then a video clip of the Sweet Carolines and the fancy dress on T20 finals day, where it's absolute madness and bedlam and fun and frolics in there.
It's the sort of fun. I've got to be honest and say that when I've been there, I don't know whether I could stand it for the day.
No.
It's all right for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then it starts to lose its appeal fairly quickly for me. Anand Dolby in and bowls, and this one is punched back up again to mid-off, and again there's no run.
And I know there are people that will come and just enjoy it and get involved in the spirit of the day. For me, and I know for a lot of people they would share the same point of view, if your team isn't involved, it's just not quite the same. And nor is it if your team play in one of the semi-finals and are knocked out as well. It's a big letdown.
And Dolby charging in, he bowls. It is clipping this one down to fine leg. It will be picked up just inside by Jamal. It wasn't quite where he was aiming it, but he'll take the 2 runs. It was looking to push into the offside, but thick inside edge flew down the inside of the bat, down to fine leg. He gets 2.
It was a bit of unconventional fielding as well from Amir Jamal. We saw a bit of that in the first innings. Sometimes he gets round towards the ball very close to the rope, and first instinct is just to put a boot out there and stop it, and once or twice he was pressurised into having to dive for the ball in the first innings with mixed results.
It's a bit wet down there when he was diving as well. And they'll be in. This one is running to the offside. Yeah, just on that point you're making, that if your team, well, you imagine, Dave, the worst thing is you hold the finals day every year, and Warwickshire have only been here twice. So you've got 4 teams who aren't yours, and you're having to be you're working here for the whole day, year after year after year. It would be nice if Warwickshire can get there this year, if you just to give us at least a break. It's a while since they've done it. Seem to do really well in the group stages, then blow up in the quarterfinals. And Dobby in, bowls, Mead defends. Yeah, another dot ball.
I think it's human nature. I'm pretty much. I think, speaking for most, not all, but most sports fans, sports followers, cricket sports fans, sports followers, we would have a team that we follow. We would perhaps have 4 or 5 that we don't mind, and it would be quite nice if they won. There's perhaps another 4 or 5 we're completely ambivalent about, and there's probably another 4 or 5 really hope they don't win. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. I can go with that completely. And Dolby in, bowls. This one, he almost gets through. It almost bounces back down, but into his stumps. But Bethell comes running round, picks up and ties up, perfectly safe in the end. End of another over, 35 for 1. We've had 9 overs in the second innings. 39 lead on first innings is now up to 74. So Nottinghamshire beginning to just move away here. They've got 9 wickets in hand. We've got 5 minutes or so to go till tea time, and it looks as though this game almost certainly there'll be a shaking of the hands at quite a 10 to 5.
One man who'd like an opportunity of getting a wicket is coming on to bowl. Amir Jamal played nicely today for his 40 runs with the bat. 40 he got, caught and bowled by Lyndon James, hit the ball back very hard at him, but didn't get a wicket in the first innings. He's in now to Ben Slater bowls, and this has eased out into the offside, and there's no run. At Chesterley Street then, Durham 71 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Essex by 59. Heading towards a draw. Surrey have defeated Hampshire by an innings. At Kidderminster, Somerset 140 for 3. Slow old day there. They still trail Worcestershire by 2 runs, but have those 7 wickets in hand, heading towards a draw. Gloucestershire Middlesex. Gloucestershire 63 for 1. 268 more required to win. Middlesex obviously need 9 wickets. Might just be something happen there later on if Middlesex get a cluster of wickets as Slater works Jamal on the leg side. At Grace Road, Northants made 453, Leicestershire 360 for 7 in reply. Peter Hanscom, the Australia, run out for 99.
Oh, it was a 99. That's the second run out, isn't it? Oh no, we were talking about Danny Briggs, I think, somebody being run out this morning.
And at Leeds, Yorkshire 450 for 5 declared. Derbyshire 447 all out. Century for Wayne Madsen, 97 for Nyrin Donald. Yorkshire just started their second innings. But again, like in the other grounds, it's heading towards a draw as Mead blocks this one on the leg side.
The game at Kidderminster, how many runs have been scored today?
Not very many at all.
I know they haven't lost any wickets, but... and they've played all day, I think.
Yeah, they have. Oh, they have, yeah. Lammonby's 52 not out and Umeed 41 not out. They were 66 for 3. They're now 141 for 3.
Well, Andy Umeed scored the slowest century ever for Warwickshire here some years ago. I think that was it was certainly at Edgbaston, and he can certainly dig in when he has to. 36 for 1 here as the right-handed Umeed blocks to point. Rob Yates goes and fetches it from second slip. A little bit of miscommunication about whether a run should be taken or not. They decide against it. Hassan Ali just having a word in Amir Jamal's ear. He'll be looking for a wicket. He'd think he'd be disappointed if he got through the first game without a wicket, Amir Jamal.
I've got the billowing sheet at the far end.
Yeah. Picked up the wind, isn't it?
There is Jamal, brisk, right on medium pacer, driven crisply up to mid-on where Alex Davis does the fielding. No runs in this match for Alex Davis, none yet for Joe Clark. I say yet because he might get another opportunity, and Those were the two that went into this round of matches, the fourth round of matches, as the two leading run scorers in the country. Absolutely ironic.
I'm just looking at the far end. Dave, am I right? It's not my eyesight. There's a man sat in front of the side screen. And nobody's asked him to move out the way.
Wonder if he's holding it down. He's used as the weight as Hamid drives this one up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Why would you sit there?
Because he's got a good view.
Perhaps he's used to sailing. He's spent a life on the ocean waves. That side screen is billowing like a sail on a galleon behind him.
Is this young Master Mousley going to come on for an over of twirly-whirly stuff before tea?
Looks like it, doesn't it? 36 for 1. Hannon Dolby's out the attack. He's taken the 1 wicket to fall, 1 for 16 from his 5 overs. And
I'd love Ben Slater now. He's on the strike, the left-hander, so Yates will be going round the wicket to him. That guy certainly is. He's certainly got to loom large, you'd imagine, when Ben Slater looks up.
Look at him though. That side screen behind him is. If he catches him, it'll knock him halfway to the city centre. 36 for 1. Mosley in bowls, and first run taken off Mosley in this match. He had one over in the first innings, and got the 1 wicket on a wicket maiden.
Well, that's it. He came on as the 8th choice in the first innings and got Ben Ducket out. He's got into the attack a lot earlier this time round.
I don't like seeing it, but we've had a couple of times in the last game. Wicketkeeper took his pads off and had a bowl, and at that point the game starts to get, with great respect to the bowling ability of Michael Burgess, but he's...
Get him on after tea.
Yeah. Here's Mosley in again and bowls. This is worked by Hamid to wide mid-wicket. There's the fielding, and there's no run.
Last year down at Southampton, they went to tea on the last day with the scores tied.
Now this one weighted, and Nate opens the face, and Nate cuts it down towards the third man boundary. It's chased down and pulled up by Rhodes just inside, very gingerly as he gets down to there, and I think he's hurt his shoulder. He's threw the ball back and then clutched his shoulder, and Briggs went over to him. Now he's sort of turning his arm as if to pull something. It's so wet down there. I think they have to be really careful throughout the game. I've noticed this, how damp it is, and they the bowls is driven up to deepish mid-on. Davis does the fielding, there's no run.
Yeah, last year at Southampton, they went to tea on the last day with scores tied. They came out for 1 ball afterwards, which Tom Moores, the wicketkeeper, bowled.
Where is Tom Moores? Is he just out of the team at the moment?
Yep, they've gone with a different sort of policy, giving Joe Clark the gloves, gives them the extra flexibility, I suppose, include an extra bowler or an extra batter. Tom's had to start his season in the second 11. He's had 2 innings, I think, and scored 2 centuries, so he's pressing his point.
Mosley bowls, and Slater pushes this one back. Hamid, we missed what Dave and Yatri. Hamid got a single, so it's 40 for 1. The players are looking off for their tea break. The lead is 79, 9 wickets in hand. We have, in theory, is that 36?
Yeah.
Possible overs remaining. I cannot see for the life of me that they will be bowling 36 more overs in this game. But we will have the tea break, and we will be back with you in 20 minutes' time at around about 4 o'clock.
Welcome back to Edgbaston. Edge of the seat stuff now between now and the end of the day. Mel's with us. This is cricket, isn't it? There's a few hardy souls who stay to watch it. People just enjoy watching cricket even when there isn't a huge amount riding. And well, there's really anything riding on it. Personal figures, I suppose. But just for following the game, Notts are resuming on 40 for 1 of their second innings. They lead by 79. 36 overs left of the day, so if Warwickshire can bowl them out in the next 20 overs, set themselves 100 to win, and we could have a thriller on that.
Game on!
Yeah.
Game on, Clive. I tell you what, I think I know that Nottinghamshire have given up the ghost, and the reason I think I know that is they've taken their flag down.
So they have.
Yeah.
Perhaps they've gone home, because I was still waiting for them. When we started commentating, there's actually no sign of the players who are due here. I've got to remember to do my bulletin. I have missed one today. It's already well reminded me to do me sign-offs, but you didn't remind me to do a report at 2. They heard you in the news. I completely forgot. Here we go. Players are coming out now. Hasim Hamid is on 20. Slater's on 12. They'll both want a little red star by their name at the end of the innings, which will still hope for them. Because chance for Amir Jamal. He's handed his sweaters to his hat and probably his scarf and his all sorts to the umpire. He's going to have a little bowl. Which will, do him no harm at all. Just had the 1 over so far.
Well, he was so keen. He was actually out there a couple of minutes ago. He was the only one. He sort of ran out there all on his own and then kind of forlornly wandered back. So, if nothing else, Jamal is keen.
It does look as if Surrey are going to be the only winners from these 7-rounder matches. Essex have only managed to get 1 Durham wicket, so that's pretty much dead.
Oh, I thought it was the Kookaburra.
Yeah, Worcestershire being held up by Somerset, only 1 run behind now. Going to do this update in about 13 seconds, by the way, so stand by for a change of gear. Middlesex has still only got 1 Gloucestershire wicket. Still in the first innings at Leicester. Here we go. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're in what's likely to be the final hour of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Nottinghamshire, which is heading now for an inevitable draw. Nottinghamshire resuming their second innings on 40 for 1, so they have a lead of 79. Warwickshire having early been bowled out for 361. Start of the day with some jeopardy. They could have, they've been bowled out for less than 250, could have found themselves up against it. But 93 from Jacob Bethell helped them make the game very safe, and they picked up 3 batting points as well. If we hadn't lost a whole day's play due to weather during the course of the last 3 days, this match could still have been on a knife edge. As it is, we are now in the final throes of it, with Jacob Bethell about to bowl and Nottinghamshire 40 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. It took me a long time to say there's nothing happening here. Anyway.
The most important thing is that you remembered the sign-off.
I did, yes. So Jacob Bethell gets a little bowl round the wicket. for defensive, there's no run.
Got his maiden first-class wicket, that of David Beddingham, in the second round against Durham.
Looks like Jamal was all ready to bowl, but I wonder as Bethell comes around the wicket. And that's driven down the ground for 4 runs by Hamid. I just wonder whether Alex Davis said to him, look, it's cold. We don't want you pulling a muscle just to bowl at the end of a fairly meaningless situation.
Well, also, though, I think I saw, it's not up at the moment, but I think I saw that they were behind
yes.
by 2
Good
overs.
point. That's
Yes,
a good
there
spot.
it is. Look,
there you go. Yeah,
over 8, -2.
That'll be it then. And it is getting quite dark. There is a danger that they might end up coming off and then they're stuck. So, yeah, that's exactly it. Well spotted. That's played back to Bethell. There's no run. So we'll probably see maybe Dan Mosley or Rob Yates at the other end to get these overs done.
Moses at the other end. It's, he and Bethell have identical hairdos.
And he's carved away to backward put. Oh, it's a good stop there. And almost led to the batters getting into a tangle. It was Ahmed Jamal, so he's warmed up with a good piece of fielding. And no run, 44 for 1. Bethell gives that a bit of air. It's driven and a bit more of a chase. This one out in the deep, they get 2 runs down Mosley. No, it is down Mosley, yeah, he's onto it and gets the throw in. 46 for 1.
Lost his sunglasses. I don't think he's had much need for those. Is that, yeah, they are his sunglasses. See, that's optimistic having those out there.
Bethell round the wicket to Hamid, who just carves that to a point for no run. 46 for 1 are Nottinghamshire here at Edgbaston.
It's not going to be Dan Mosley. Just waiting.
Danny Briggs.
It's Danny Briggs, yes, it is Danny Briggs. Tall figure, yeah, it's all about getting the spinners on. The only thing is, you don't want to, it's always the risk, isn't it, when you start bringing on spinners for quick overs, if the batters actually go after them and start dispatching the ball and they're having to go and play fetch a lot, and all of a sudden you're not making up any time. But they will definitely want to zip through a few overs quickly here with 2 overs behind at the moment. Briggs has got a slip in for Slater. He's in over the wicket. It's a full toss first up, and this has been smacked away, but oh, there's a fielding mistake down on the boundary rope, and in the end they're going to get, they get 4 runs there. Has he stopped it?
They did.
Yeah,
They get
has
4,
he signalled
yeah.
it? Yeah, 4 runs. So just an unfortunate mistake down there. I think that might be Jamal.
It is, yeah.
So he's had a brilliant bit of fielding, but just fumbled. It was a good chase to get there in time. Here's Briggs again. That's going down the leg side, just padded up there. It's Slater. So that brought up the 50 for the Nottinghamshire side. And again, that occasion, Slater just backed away as that ball was being bowled. Briggs thought he left it a bit too late. He's in again, Briggs, presses forward, smothers that one to Slater.
Well, Briggs went through the ball. That hit the stumps and might have been a bit of a row.
Might have been indeed. Briggs in again, and this time defended onto the offside. So he's trying to get through this over pretty smartly. It's Briggs, understandably so. In again to Slater, who just chips this one down towards mid-on.
Because this is where there's a slight danger. We might be stuck here later than 5. If Warwickshire is still behind the over 8 at 5, they're not obliged to come off. I certainly contend that they're not. There was that argument when Brian Lara made his 5:01, and it was said at the time that he didn't realise it, but that he only had 1 over left to get to the runs because we're in this sort of situation. But it's always troubled me that, because as far as I understand the rules, there was absolutely no obligation on Warwickshire to agree to end the game there and then.
That was a dot ball to finish off the over. My brain just seemed to freeze at that moment. I'm not sure why.
Well, that's with everything else. It's freezing. Bethell in, and that's hit into the ground to long on for an easy single to Hamid on to 27. Improve his season stats a little bit as long as he doesn't get out.
It's been a tough old run for Hamid. The captaincy duties, of course, just finding it hard to get a good, decent run out in the middle with the bat.
Because the option of taking them off for bad light and ending it that way, it's not really there what we got Bethell and Briggs on. Bethell was a quicker ball, and Slater playing back to that, just gets bat on that. Bethell head and hands. Serious bowler, of course, Jacob Bethell. He didn't bowl last year because he had that stress fracture to his back, but it's an important part of his game, so he comes into bowl, and that's a forward defensive. So while this may be aimed at moving the over 8 on, both he and Briggs will be keen to take wickets and bowl properly.
It's in L4, he told me yesterday.
This next one is played to took me a while to realise what he meant. You're talking about which part of his
Which vertebrae?
back, yeah,
so
which vertebrae. I'm not
so they
really...
start from the bottom. L1
Right.
is right down in the tailbone. Because I know, because I've had one in L2.
Crumbs.
Stress fracture there.
This next one is they're appealing. Oh, that seemed to miss everything. Burgess didn't take it. I don't know if it was edge. I don't think it was. Bethell got very excited. I think he thought that was going to go through and bowl Slater. It didn't. Essex have now got a second done on wicket. They're not completely dead there. This next one is a forward defensive. That's played to point for a single because Essex are, Durham are still behind by 36 runs, but surely there's only about an hour left there, so it's hard to see Essex having time to win that. 52 for 1 here, and Danny Briggs wasted no time and peeling off his jumper and handing it to the umpire. They need to get a move on.
They do, still 2 overs behind. Yes, so I've had one in L2, so that's right near the bottom. So his was just up slightly. No, it was not. I don't know how I did it. I just woke up one day, I was at university, and my back was really
too much
sore.
partying then at university.
No, not like that. Here's Briggs over the wicket, and that one just guided down towards deep third, and Barnard runs after that one. He was fielding at slip. So a couple more runs to the total. 54 for 1. Slater moves on to 19. Now, yeah, no idea, but it's very painful. But I don't know, and I don't think Jacob Bethell knows either. It's not normally an injury for a spinner. As Briggs is in, that one just squirted behind point by Slater. They take a single, and Slater moves on to 20. Yes, it's not. You don't get. It's hearing about stress fractures in the back is something that you're more likely to associate with fast bowlers, of course. But he also spoke about the fact he was throwing himself around the field a lot last year.
He took some incredible catches in the T20.
Briggs to Hamid, just carves that one behind point, but there's a fielder in the deep. They'll just get a single.
And we're there watching it saying, "Oh, Jacob, you've got a stress fracture to your back."
Ah, someone's just brought me in a peppermint tea bag. Thank
nice.
you, Briggs from Warwickshire. That is nice. I was looking for them earlier and they weren't any upstairs. So
you got one there.
I've got one now. Briggs in. Ball just defended back to the bowler by Slater. Well, it gets to the point where I've drunk so much coffee in the day I can't do any more. In comes Briggs again, and that's just slapped straight along the ground to the fielder at extra cover.
It's Dan Mosley again making the stop.
Yeah, he's Mr. Everywhere. Here's Briggs again. This time it's clipped. Exactly the mirror image to fielder in at mid-wicket. So that's the end of the over from Briggs, hurrying through. 56 for 1 with Hamid on 28 and Slater on 20. And the little tractor is heening around.
Truck herring around the outside.
Yeah, it is. It's doing a hot lap of Edgbaston. No doubt the ground staff will be getting ready to wrap things up.
Phil was saying we've got the 2 T20 internationals to prepare for here. Bethell round the wicket to Hamid, who drives that, but that will be 1 run. Ollie Hannon Dolby fields.
I think I saw 12,000 tickets sold already for the women's match. So England taking on Pakistan. So that is shaping up to be a great crowd for that one. Fantastic.
Bethell bowls, and that's just probably back down the pitch. There's no run.
Coming off the back of a great summer of women's cricket, the Ashes series that had bottoms on seats in large numbers everywhere.
Bethell gives that a bit of air. It's pushed out down to 3rd for a single, because they're changing the structure of the women's game from next season, and Warwickshire are one of the counties. So basically they've handed it back to the counties rather than the regional teams we have now, and Warwickshire one of the counties to have secured a franchise. One is pushed out to the offside, there's no run, so they will compete in the Rachel Hayo Flynn Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup. It'll be 8 teams initially, and I think that will be extended eventually to 10.
Yeah, the tier 2 teams ruffled a few feathers, I think, when Durham got one and Yorkshire didn't.
Bethell, he plays back to that. I mean, there's no run. Well, that did happen to Warwickshire a few years back now when they first started the women's T20 competition, slightly different from how it is now, and they announced they were going to have, I think it was half a dozen teams, and that's pushed out to square leg for a single, and Warwickshire applied for one of them, and probably were pretty confident of getting it, but didn't. Loughborough got the sort of Midlands franchise. They were pretty upset about that in Warwickshire at the time.
Well, it's interesting because not that long ago no one would have really cared. So it shows something now. I think in a way it's really positive that counties are disappointed when they don't get a women's team, because they're starting to realise the value of it in attracting new fans, different markets, different marketing opportunities as well. Now Briggs continues around the wicket to Hamid, just pounds it into the ground and it loops back up into the bowler's hands. Definitely getting gloomy here now. Briggs in again. He plays that late and delicately out to point Hamid, but there are 2 fielders converging there to prevent the run.
Still say -2 on the scoreboard. I don't know when that's sort of recounted, but
Briggs in again. This time it's a bit of an expansive swipe across the line from Hamid. It's not going to go all the way this time. That's Jamal out there. He had made a mistake on the boundary rope a couple of overs ago. This time he got the dive right and being soundly and roundly applauded as well. I do get a couple of runs there though. Hamid this time just gets over the top of that ball and presses it into the offside. He's getting through the over pretty sharply. Briggs, 2 balls remaining. In, flatter delivery, but straying down the leg side. Easy single down to Jamal again. Coming in from deep square. Takes it to 62 for 1. Slater will face the last ball of the over. Just brought in a backward point. So over the wicket, and he just watches that one all the way through to the hands or gloves of Joe Clark. So end of the over, 62 for 1. Hamid 33, Slater on 21. It's going to be Bethell to continue as well as Warwickshire try and make up the slow over 8. Oh, listen to that wind howling.
Scotland's women have beaten the USA in a T20 Women's World Cup match in Abu Dhabi, and Ireland's women have beaten Zimbabwe.
Now the T20 World Cup qualifiers on at the moment.
Bethell bowls, and that's turned round a square leg for a single by Hamid, 34.
Vanuatu playing in that, the first time that Vanuatu men's or women's team have made it to an ICC World Cup qualifier, so that was a huge achievement for them. I think that was causing quite a bit of excitement at home.
Plays back to that, does Slater. There's no run. We're getting a rare low-scoring game in this year's IPL because Delhi Capitals have only made 111 out of 8 in the 15th over of their game against the Kolkata Knight Riders. In comes Bethell, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run.
It's a refreshing change.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be nice if who's taking wickets?
Arun Chakravarthi. He's got 3. Initial start's got 1. That's padded by Slade. He pads it to Slip, who then throws the ball up in the air as Alex Davis as if he's got a catch. He knows he hasn't. Phil Saltersea is keeping wicket for the Kolkata Knight Riders. He's taken 3 catches.
Oh, Phil Salt in the mix, of course.
Yeah, he's got some runs, hasn't he, out in India? That's a push out to the offside for no run. What about Will Jack? I mean, what an innings from him the other day.
100 off
41, I think it was, yeah. Bethell gives it on a bit of air, wraps Slater on the pads. His front foot's quite a way forward and probably outside the line, so no real appeal. 63 for 1.
And they've got their over 8. It's saying +1 now.
Oh, okay. Well,
So-
we can go home then. Thanks very much, folks.
They've
Thanks
done
for
it.
coming.
They've done it. So they must wait for like a chunk of 10 minutes or something, I don't know, or a number of overs
Yeah.
before they change it, because it's suddenly gone from -2 to -1. But of course England are announcing their T20 World Cup squad tomorrow, so it'd be interesting to see if those players who've made a bit of a splash in the IPL have really forced their way onto the plane to Barbados.
It's because there's no Ben Stokes, is there? He's ruled himself out, I think I'm right in saying.
Yes, he certainly has.
So now that they've, well, they had a bit of a chat, but they've decided they're going to carry on with Danny Briggs anyway, now that they're up with the required rate. But there's a bit of a discussion going on. Looks like Alex Davis is jogging off the field. I don't know whether the light actually is a bit dodgy now, so
Yes.
I think, in fact, I mean, if Alex Davis wanted to, he could bring his quicker bowlers on. That probably would end proceedings, but maybe he wants his spinners to get a bit more of a bowl.
Yeah, no. It's just hard to know what tactically captains are thinking at this point in time, particularly for Alex Davies. Anyway, he's gone for a jog off. Maybe he's getting some instructions. Here's Danny Briggs. That ball whipped away through mid wicket. Jamal out there, and he's slid, and the ball has just bumped over his legs and over the boundary rope. So a couple of fielding errors for Jamal.
Poor old Danny Briggs has cost him 8 runs.
As a couple of boundaries leaked there through fielding errors.
Well, I suppose if you're going to make fielding errors, it might as well be in a situation like this.
Oh, next ball from Briggs is absolutely hammered by Hamid, but straight to Dan Mosley at mid-wicket. Fairly short in as well. Comes in again, Briggs, and this time he plays off the back foot out into the covers. And Hassan Ali.
I think Hassan Ali's teasing Amir Jamal there. He made a good stop there and then signalled to his Pakistani friends. That's how you do it.
Oh dear, Next ball's just driven up to long on, towards long on. Mid on will cut it off.
I'm not sure how impressed Amir Jamal was by it, but I'm sure there's a bit of bants there between them.
Briggs in again, and now it's for Hassan Ali. Yeah, he's taken a roll, a dive to stop that ball, and he's just given a bit of a shimmy as well, directed to his Pakistan teammate in the opposing boundary. Briggs in again, and this time the ball driven up to mid-on. So he is an entertainer, Hassan Ali. Oh, I don't know what his teammate will think of that. At 67 for 1. Hamid on 38. Slater on 21. He's a real character.
He is, yeah, and he's very popular in the changing room, Hassan Ali. Obviously a good player, but his influence around the place is also valued. And those are the best sort of overseas players, the ones that have an influence over and above their playing. We are continuing with Jacob Bethell here. It is quite dark now. Alex Davis is back on the field.
gone straight to slip. But what's in his head at the moment? That's the question. Are they just playing for time? Waiting to the moment? Having half a hope of could something extraordinary happen, some collapse come along? Doesn't look like it.
Bethell comes into ball to Slater, who's played forward defensive. That's gone through.
There is, of course, an opportunity especially for someone like Bethell, to get a few overs in.
There is.
Hamid will be enjoying this opportunity to get a few runs on the board on the other side of the dial.
Indeed. Bethell. It's not a bit of air. It's flicked to mid-on. They get through for a quick single. Well, shall we spare you the unbearable excitement of the remainder of this game, Mel, and bring Dave in? Thank you so much for being with us.
Ah, thanks for having me.
It's been great.
I love being here.
4 days, and enjoy the Oval.
I will. See you down there.
Thank you. Mel Farrell is through the closing stages of this game. I'm working on the assumption we're going to finish at 5, if not 10 to 5. That's driven out to the offside for a single by Slater. Dave cannot wait to jump in and join the excitement. Which way is this one going to go, Dave, eh? Bethell comes and gives it a bit of air, and it's whipped away out into the deep, and that'll be 4 runs for Slater, who's had a decent game with the bat, having got a half-century in the first innings, 26 not out in the second.
I think now Warwickshire have sorted their over 8 out. It's just a matter of getting to a point where either the umpires say, well, it's getting a little bit dark, do you want to go off?
Well, that's why I'm slightly surprised Alex Davis hasn't brought his quickies on, because it's difficult for the umpires to do that when the spinners are on. Anyway, let's see, maybe he wants Bethell in particular to get a few overs under his belt. That's turned to square leg for no run, 73 for 1.
I presume Alex Davis just popping off the field for an over was just to clarify that
Maybe.
Warwickshire are okay with the over 8.
Bethell bowls the leading edge onto the offside for no run, 73 for 1, Nottinghamshire. They lead by 112. As we keep saying, had there been a day left after this one, we could be in a very interesting situation. Not to be, sadly.
The sheets are billowing at the far end, and that one gentleman sits there resolutely, just hoping he doesn't get blown away when really strong gust comes. Briggs is bowling at an express pace, not the deliveries letting go of the ball, but in terms of getting back to his mark after each delivery. Hamid drives into the offside and moves to 40. I think I'm right in saying, because I've left my notes next door. That's his highest, or joint highest score this season. He's had one previous 40, so it's been worthwhile in a sense for him to be out there. Briggs now to Ben Slater, who drops this on the offside. It came him a third of the way down, and then mutual agreement with his captain is there isn't a chance to steal the run.
So no significant change elsewhere. All the other games heading for draws, apart from Surrey being one of the Oval against
Briggs
Hampshire.
bowls. Slater drops it on the leg side. I think it's going to be fun for the spectators here watching Amir Jamal and Hassan Ali. Amir Jamal on the rope is an accident waiting to happen every time the ball's hit out there to him. This time it's dropped, and it was good fun watching Hassan Ali make his latest stop and then leap up and punch the air in triumph, as if to say that's how you do it. 74 for 1 Warwickshire. Slater just pads this away. In every sense, we're going through the motions here of a draw between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Notts getting 400. Is responding with 361, but just so much time lost over Saturday and Sunday as Slater blocks this one. The end of another Briggs over completed in about 90 seconds. It remains 74 for 1.
Worcestershire finally got the fourth Somerset wicket, but surely too late. Somerset are 41 runs ahead at Kidderminster, but Andrew Umeed has gone for 60. Tom Lammerby's still there for 75. So they were solid to get 2 or 3 more wickets. That game might swing back to life, but surely running out of time there. As we are well, we've run out of time here in terms of any possibility of a result. Even if Jacob Bethell was to take 6 wickets this over, I don't think a result will still be on the cards. He comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside by Hamid, and there's no run.
Something to see, wouldn't it? 6 wickets in an over.
He's trying, Alex Davis. He's put a fielder at either side of the pitch at mid-off and mid-on, both within chatting distance of the non-striking batter, as that's hit down into the ground to the offside for no run. As I say, Bethell will be, and Briggs are both bowling seriously here. It's serious bowlers, but he comes into bowl. Likewise, the batters want to make sure they get in with a nice not out to their name.
Have we got just the one gentleman left in the Hollies now? I think we have. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Bethell bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. Just goes past Mosey. It's a single. Need on to 41, 75 for 1.
Top scorer of the season for the skipper.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose it has been relatively straightforward, but he's batted well enough, hit some good shots, and no harm at all. This little innings has now do some fairly wild limbering up, because I might just be trying to keep warm. That's a forward defensive by Slater. Back to Bethell. No run. Good game for Jacob Bethell, a career best 93. Denied a century by a particularly good spell of bowling from Ollie Stone. But still, a new landmark for him. Bethell bowls, and that's pushed out to back a square leg for no run. And it's an important innings as well, because Warwickshire were still in some jeopardy. He started his innings. He helped them to comfortable safety today. It is going to be Hassan Ali to bowl from the Birmingham end.
I think we've had 11 overs in half an hour. They can do it when they want.
Quite. Quite.
Is it going to be Hassan Ali, or are they going to come off?
I think they're coming off. Yeah, the umpire, seeing that Hassan Ali is about to bowl, says, sorry, it's too dark. Now, I'm not going to cast aspersions, but I think if we're at a situation where Notts were 20 runs away from victory and 8 wickets down, I suspect we wouldn't be coming off now, but the umpires have decided it's gloomy enough, and that presumably, if they want to fish to be it for the day, I suppose.
Well, I'm just watching Hasib Hamid. He's heading back to the dressing room. Alex Davis talking to the umpires there about regulations and line meters and all sorts. I was wondering if the two captains would, whilst they're both on the field, actually shake hands, but they haven't, so it's not officially been a case of let's knock it on the head, fellas, and let everybody head off for home. But they might drag it out for another half an hour or so, but I would bet a penny or two that at some point we'll hear an announcement that the umpires consider it too dark to carry on and the match has been abandoned as a draw.
Yeah, well, there we are. So it's been a good match in many respects, unfortunately ruined by the weather, but we've seen a brilliant batting performance from Ben Ducket in the Notts innings of 400 all out. We've seen some very good bowling from Notts. In Pennington looked very good yesterday. Ollie Stones looked good today. But a really good knock of 93 from Jacob Bethell for Warwickshire. Also a fifer for Ollie Dolby in the first innings. That's Warwickshire's first fifer of the season. Not much in it in the first innings in the end. Warwickshire were in big trouble at one point, but they recovered well to get within 39 of Notts, 361 all out. And there was never any real danger of Notts getting into trouble in their second innings. So they will take 15 points, having dropped just the one batting point. Warwickshire will take 14 points. They managed just the 3 batting points. So I think we will take a little risk here, Dave, and say goodbye. Listeners, there are still matches going on elsewhere. If you want to follow the other games, obviously, if it does change and they do mysteriously come back on again, we'll be back. But I think we're pretty satisfied that that's going to be that. Although there are slightly brighter clouds over here, the umpires might find themselves with no choice but to call the players back on. But anyway, I think we'll say our goodbyes.
We will
Thank you very
indeed.
much.
I'll not leave without saying goodbye and thanks to Clive for his company and his commentary and his hospitality. Same with Brian Holford, who looked after us on Saturday. Warwickshire County Cricket Club, as always, the perfect hosts, really looked after us this week. All the stewards, as always, so kind and friendly here, always make you feel very, very welcome. Melinda Farrell has been an absolute joy to work with, and the one or two other people that's popped in to say hello. Great to see Phil Britt again. And of course, many thanks, most thanks to all our listeners and viewers out there. That's the reason we do it, and thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. I've enjoyed coming to Edgbaston, as I always do, and wish you, Clive, all your listeners and everybody connected with Warwickshire all the best for the rest of the season, and no doubt we'll catch up soon.
Yes, nicely said there. Thank you very much indeed. So we are assuming this match is a draw. We'll say good evening and thanks very much, with not 75 for 1 in their second innings and the match drawn here at Edgbaston, probably.